going to do a 10-week series on power. That series is still coming. I've written out 9 of the lectures. I'm writing the 10th one. And once it's written, you will get the flyers. But one of the things you have to recognize is that you must think of yourself as a nation within a nation. This is the other insidious effect of individualism. And by work is what it is, and its families are what they are as a result of individual effort and all of the earlier. We can reshape the Black family through our own economic. Let me just run a quick list. If you look at us as a nation, we are really separated from other nations. We talk about the Black nation within a nation. Frankly, you need to analyze the nation within a nation. There's really not a nation of peoples on this continent, nation on this continent, with the other people on the outside, okay? And you have tribes like the Caribbean, Arab, and some others, and then you have akin to clans than we are to nations. But we are really excluded. But the situation is we are locked into these inner cities. We are surrounded by these other folks. And if you look at it in terms of the relationship of nations, what we are suffering from as a Black nation is a negative trade balance. That is, more of our wealth is flowing out than flows in. Okay? We are suffering from a major national debt. You see what the national debt is doing to this nation as a whole? This nation now cannot even stimulate jobs for its own people. It cannot create jobs for its own people. That is, where it makes you build roads and rebuild bridges and infrastructures where you can give millions of people jobs sponsored by the government, so that those people, once they get paid by the government, will spend money and increase business, and this way start up the economy and create employment for themselves. This is what governments do, you know. You see, why? Because it is so indebted, it owes so much money, until in order to do this, it would have to borrow more money. Or it would have to send the nation into inflation by going into debt. So it's caught in a catch-22. It does not have the money that it needs to stimulate its own economy. And of course, what's going to happen, and what you can see happening already, is social breakdown and disorganization. Think about it in terms of a family. If you got more money flowing out of your family than you got coming in, you owe more in credit than you.
I got to stop the video for 1 sec, Dr. Amos. Utterly amazing. Other than having a computer that went on the fritz for a minute, just rebooted out of the blue, up, down into here, bounces, utterly amazing. All I got to do is work on the levels, and I have achieved Grelden. It's utterly amazing. I can't stop smiling. I'm like, man, this is, and it's using Kemet ratios. Dr. Burns, Barry Burns, I like what you were doing, but it's not this. I mean, I've used, Fibonacci's and all that before. Different world. This is a world that is not, the Kemet ratios that are there are not. It's not about the timing, but this is what's really cool. Okay, and it bounced here. This right here fell into it and went up, but I don't want to use that. And this right here, so we don't know a market, it's just a pause. It's not necessarily a fall. So, right now it doesn't look like it's going to fall. We'll just sit and wait. Utterly amazing. I'm just like, I can't stop smiling at this. This is utterly amazing. Goodness gracious. All I got to do is work levels into this, and it's a done deal. It's a done deal. Okay, this is our setup. Look at that. Market goes up. We were 1 bar a little late. Market falls. Now I don't know what's going to happen here, and that's why I say I have to go and work for levels. or wait to to work on that, because that's going to be the hardest. Man, that is so hard. I got levels on divergence, but I don't got levels on this method. I only got levels on the divergence slamming. For folks that do divergence, I got levels in time factor. So that way you can actually say this is the best in profit. But again, a lot of this is still in an experimental stage. But let's listen to Dr. Wilson.
For earning, your creditors begin to own your family. They take their money before you can feed your own children. After a while, your children will be in rebellion. How can you tell me what to do? You ain't making enough money in this house. How can you have authority over me? You can't protect me. Next thing you know, your daughter's going into prostitution. I got to make some money somehow. You ain't breaking nothing in. You're paying it all out. Or what? Your son is into the drug trade, right? Well, I got to get money somehow. You can't earn enough, so forth. And now the family's in rebellion, order breaks down. Oh, that's what happens to nations. When nations are indebted and their money is flowing out, they cannot support their institutions. The authority of the government begins to fail. The relationship between its groups and segments begin to be characterized by.
I gotta hear this again, because this is so prophetic. 1989 lecture, so prophetic.
Sponsored by the government, so that those people, once they get paid by the government, will spend money and increase business, and this way start up the economy and create employment for themselves. This is what governments do, You see, why? Because it is so indebted, it owes so much money, until in order to do this, it would have to borrow more money. Or it would have to send the nation into inflation by going into debt. So it's caught in a catch-22. It does not have the money that it needs to stimulate its own economy. And of course, what's going to happen, and what you can see happening already, is social breakdown and disorganization. Think about it in terms of a family. If you got more money flowing out of your family than you got coming in, you owe more in credit than you are earning. Your creditors begin to own your family. They take their money before you can feed your own children. After a while, your children will be in rebellion. How can you tell me what to do? You ain't making enough money in this house. How can you have authority over me? You can't protect me. Next thing you know, your daughter's going into prostitution. I got to make some money somehow. You ain't breaking nothing in. You're paying it all out. Or what? Your son is into the drug trade, right? Well, I got to get money somehow. You can't earn enough, so forth. And now the family's in rebellion. Order breaks down. Oh, that's what happens to nations. When nations are indebted and their money is flowing out, they cannot support their institutions. The authority of the government begins to fail. The relationship between its groups and segments begin to be characterized by conflict. And what you have then is a collapse and a falling in of a people. To a very great extent, the collapse, the disorganization of the Black community, the criminality and violence of the Black community is resulting from the fact that we are letting all of our wealth be shipped out of this community. We're even letting our human wealth be shipped out. We train our youngsters and we ship them out to other communities. Even the money they earn, because they're not living with us, cannot be spent with us because we don't own the businesses. We cannot create jobs for our children and so forth. Their organizational skills and so forth are not available to us. And so consequently, we lose on all levels. And in a way, the more we educate our youngsters and the more we send them out into the world and cannot make a place for them to live within our community, we get more and more concentrated poverty. And this is one of the reasons why you see while a certain number of Blacks are moving up in the system and making tremendous amounts of money, the inner city becomes more and more crime-ridden. So in a sense, your very success is the key to your failing. So we want to deal with this. This is why you must change the economic nature of our communities if we are to maintain them. Once you get this money, you can support your institutions. So the next book, Educating Black Children for the 21st Century, is based on this premise. I've told you before that the chief motive for the educating of white children is conservative. Why? Because they have advantages that they must keep or increase. The chief motive for education of black children should be revolutionary, because we must rise up from the bottom. The purpose of education is to advance the interests of a people. It's not been a where you go and how much you learn, but it depends upon its overall purpose. And that overall, the education is good to the extent that it solves your problems. And when you look then at the problems confronting black people, they are not the same problems as confront white folk. You understand? One of the major problems, of course, is domination and oppression. When you do not educate your children to solve the problems that will confront them or us, then they are being miseducated. I don't care where they go to school. And so we're going to deal with how do we educate ourselves and our children to solve the problems of African people.
Sorry, Brother Amos. The people are at the door now for this other function. I'm very sorry.
Oh, okay, we'll have to end it here. Thank you.
Sorry, brothers. Okay. Brothers and sisters, get home safe. We collected $874.36 from this small audience. Give yourself a round of applause. And our Brother Amos will continue to autograph books on the outside.
I don't want to take it. Oh, okay.
Situation within, when you start to become analytical in psychology, and particularly how it applies to our people. We have a brother that we always look to, who has started off, we're looking at the developmental psychology of the black child, and now has gone on to deal with black on black crime, which we hear is a myth. Some people try to help us and say it's a myth, but is it a myth? In South Africa, they want to talk about black on black crime, so we can show who is responsible for it, but it's still not a myth. And so when Amos Wilson wrote Black on Black Crime, the psychodynamics of black self-annihilation in the service of white domination, he wrote a masterpiece. So will you welcome at this time Dr. Amos Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate your invitation. It's a pleasure indeed to share the platform with such distinguished guests and to appear before you, this audience. It's been quite some time, and it's good to be back. Of course, there are times that I sort of have to take a break from the situation to sit and renew my thoughts and to sort of try to put on the written records some of the rationales that we may need to pursue our advancement as a people. I am currently involved in writing on the subject matter of the education of the black child, a rationale for an African-centered education. So if you don't see me too often, it's not because I've given up at all, it's because I'm just dedicating myself to this movement in a way that I think is in line with my talents. So I'm still with you. Now, the evening, of course, is passing very rapidly. So I will not consume a great deal of your time, and I will just sort of run through the outline of the text of my speech that I had prepared here today, dealing with the Black adolescents and Black on Black violence. And of course, I congratulate Brother Lambe for the title here, How White Society Promotes Violence Within the African Community. I often, in talking to students, try to get our students to understand the political game behind courses in the universities and in our schools that appear to be superficially non-political. And I try to get them to understand that everything is political, that there even is a politics of science, so that we can talk about a Black physics and Black chemistry and Black mathematics and Black engineering and the whole bit, because all of these things occur within a political, social context to achieve political and social ends. And when you are taught those courses, whether it's engineering or mathematics or what have you, without those courses being connected to a political context, then you are being politicized, and you're being politicized in a way to support the dominant system, and in this instance, to support white domination. So it becomes very important that whatever we talk about it in context, because the major ruse that is used in the academies is to decontextualize subject matter. That is to take subject matter out of context and to project it as race neutral and objective. So as a matter of fact, when you read your newspapers, you will see the same kind of game going on. You will get discussions of Black on Black violence, homicide among young men, and you will get half explanations or half truths, such as these young men are killing each other because of the availability of guns. You know, somehow it's just the mere availability of guns that's causing Black on Black homicide, or just the selling of drugs, or other half explanations. We have to watch out for that, because often the other half is the most important one, the one that is left out. How are the guns distributed? Who manufactures them? Who sells them? And the whole bit. Who imports the drugs? Who distributes the drugs? Or it's the cause of poverty. Crime is caused by poverty, caused by poor family background. We get a whole plethora of these kind of half-truth definitions. These guns are made available within a social political context. Drugs are made available within a social political context. Families are broken apart within a social political context. Poverty is created within a social political context. Poor education is the result of a social political context, ladies and gentlemen. And we must constantly then look at that context and see how it creates the conditions of which we complain so much. We must then recognize, as we begin to look at Black upon Black violence, we must see that violence and its connections to a racist society. And we must come to understand what a racist society is about. We use that term so often without analyzing it very well. And we must recognize essentially then that a racist society is about structuring social and political, economic circumstances, psychological and cultural circumstances, such that one race can take advantage of another. And one race can enhance itself at the expense of another. It has little to do with overt race hatred or with negative racial attitudes or with the projection of racial stereotypes, or as Brother Harris says, with whites not understanding the nature of their racism. That's not it. And when you define it in terms of attitude, you'll find yourself then solving the wrong problems. These people will stop expressing those negative attitudes, you see. They will smile more regularly at you. They will even marry you and go to bed with you, sleep with you. But you will note that the effects of racism, the effects of poverty and all of these other things will continue. But not only do they continue, they increase. Ultimately, you must recognize that racism involves the power of one race to impose its will upon another. That ultimately then it is about power. And we have to face that fact. Whites engage in racism because they have the power to do so. And if we are to end white racism, then we must end white power. We use the word imperialistic society and imperialism often, also without looking at it very deeply and looking at the term very deeply. Imperialism of empire. Speaking then of a group of people who through various means have acquired and maintained an empire, who maintain and exploit control over populations much larger than themselves. We heard a reference here tonight about this population being 5%, the white population here of the world, and about the total European population being about 10%, yet in control of 80% of the world's economic resources and in control of the other 90% of the world's populations. You're talking about empire then, ladies and gentlemen. And what does that imply? That means then you have a small population that is ruling over populations that are much, much, much larger than it is. And of course, we don't have time to talk about the psychology of this, but I've often indicated that this can only be possible when that small population maintains the larger populations in a state of false consciousness and in a state of deception. That this small population can only maintain control over those larger populations by outright lying and the falsification of reality. But recognize in essence then, in terms of the problems we are talking about here this evening, the Colin Powells, the black soldiers in the armies, you have to recognize that the essential nature of imperialism is that due to the fact that the imperialist group or nation that runs the empire is so small compared to the empire, it must of necessity recruit from the very population it rules in order to control that empire. When you study the history of imperialism, particularly the history of imperialism as regards African people, which has been going on now for over 2,000 years, when you look at the history of imperialism and colonialism on the African continent, and you study Chancellor Williams' book, and you look at the history of imperialism in Africa, you cannot help but recognize that non-European imperialism and European imperialism has been aided by Africans who were recruited into the armies of the imperialistic masters and were used to practice black upon black violence against their African brothers in the name of their European masters. So then when I talked about black upon black violence in this book, we talked about the young men and women in the U.S. Army today, recognize then that we are talking about nothing new, but something that is continuous with the very essence and nature of imperialism and racism. Recognize also that when we talk about black on black violence, we're talking about a violence that violence produced. That black upon black violence is reflective of white on black violence. And that ultimately it reflects the violence that this Eurocentric and European community has practiced upon black people and our reactions to that violence. When we then talk about a racist society, an imperialistic society, recognize then that we are talking about a crimogenic society. What do we mean by crimogenic society? Of course, racism is a crime against humanity and a crime against our race. Imperialism is a crime against our race as well. And therefore, when you have a racist society and an imperialistic society, you have a crimogenic society. What do we mean then by a crimogenic society? Of course, dealing with the word Genesis, we are talking about the idea of generating the beginning, as in the word Genesis, to begin the source of the point of creation of. So when we talk about this society as a crimogenic society, we are talking about this society then as the source of crimes, as the generator of criminality, as the creator of criminals, a society that is run by criminals, and a society then that ultimately criminalizes its population and criminalizes the total system. I had a piece here, you know, there's some of you here who are middle class and you think you're nice. You think you're non-criminal. A criminal society criminalizes all of its constituents. I don't have time tonight to read to you the justification for that piece. Oh, there's some of you who've been in the church and you think you're good. Read in Black on Black Violence where I talk about your dumb goodness. A goodness that maintains sin and criminality. We don't have time to talk about it tonight. You're in the church, but you're guilty too. Because you see, ladies and gentlemen, when the leadership of a nation lies to that nation, when it deceives that nation, when it miseducates that nation and falsifies facts, it falsifies the consciousness of the people who inhabit that nation. And when it falsifies their consciousness, it recruits those of its people into its criminality. So whether you know it or don't know it, you're a part of the game. Oh yes, we have to confront our responsibility for this criminal situation as well. Yes, we do. Whether you're looking at us as so-called middle class, remember those of you who are making it in this society, who are making great profits, great accomplishments, sitting at the same tables with your white masters. That you're sitting and profiting. that as you eat with your white masters, you are eating the flesh and spirits of your people. You can cover it up and lie to yourself and claim it's your individual striving that got you where you're going, that you are taking advantage of opportunities. But remember, these opportunities were based on the death and destruction of African people and the continuing death and destruction of African people. Those who are down in the church and carried on in the same. But let me continue. Society of criminals run, and it is a creator of criminals. And we must recognize it. And I have to say that because we got some people out here who say, I want my children to be just like them. That's the ultimate goal. I don't want there to be any. What are you talking about? You want them to be distant robbers and killers and murderers and imperialists and so forth, just like the other folk, right? Think again, ladies and gentlemen. But due to our time, I'm just going to have to rush through here. I accuse the society of being a crimogenic society, a criminal society, a society that engages in white on black violence for a number of reasons. And of course, as you can tell often the psychology of an individual or people in terms of their origins and early childhood experiences, you can look at then the psychology of a people in terms of their origins and early childhood of their race. And when we look then at the origins of this society, we must immediately recognize that it is a society founded on criminal activities. Yes, and that is its inheritance today. It is still a part of it. A society that is a crimogenic society and a society that engages on black violence because it is founded on the murder and theft of Indian peoples and Indian lands. It is a crimogenic society, a criminal society, and a society that practices white on black violence because it is a society founded on the kidnapping of African people, the manslaughter of African people in the Mid-Passage, the extortion from African people of their labor, and the enslavement of African people. Therefore, the very nature and foundations of this society rest on two massive genocidal crimes. And this original crime is a part of its nature today. It is a crimogenic society because this group of people cannot face their own criminality. They must engage in the psychology of denial and repression and distortion. And this denial and distortion and repression must suffuse throughout the total society, throughout its total institutions, throughout its total values, and therefore ultimately it must pervert its total population. It is a criminal society and a white on black violent society because it engages in the crime of breach of contract. It has breached the contract of its constitution. It breached the contracts it made with African people during the Reconstructions. It breached its contracts of the 14th, 15th, and other amendments. It breached its contracts in reversing its rulings in the 1860s, 1870s, 1980s, and 1990s. It breached its contract in terms of sharecropping, the peonage of our people, going back on the 40 acres and a mule, and all the rest of the things. It is a criminal society because it constantly engages in assault and battery against its black populations. It engaged in historical lynching, and behind the walls, as my brother mentioned here, of prisons, it still now engages in legal lynchings of African people. It engaged in clan terrorism, which it still engaged in today. It engages in race riots, where it destroys the African people. It engages in police riots, and it engages in police brutality, where over 300 or more of our young men and women have been destroyed in the city of New York alone. It is a criminal society, and it is a crimogenic society, the society that engages in white on black violence, because it is indicted on the charges of official malfeasance when it revokes its mandate in terms of giving justice to its people and makes its justice system an instrument of injustice, when its so-called rehabilitative system is a school for criminality. It engages in official malfeasance when it rigs its juries, when it legally lynches the ones it so woefully sentences. It engages in official malfeasance when it engages in gerrymandering of black districts, when it betrays the mandates of black voters, when it builds, as my brother mentioned here, prisons as industries, so that the incarceration of black men becomes a profit-making industry and a means by which the ruling class makes war against the subordinate classes. It engages in criminal activity, and it is a criminal society when it engages in unfair labor practices, job discrimination, when at the end of the Reconstruction, there were more black skilled workers than there were whites, and the whites unionized to keep the blacks from taking advantage of the opportunities that were available to them. It is indicted for labor racketeering when it runs black men away from its construction sites. When we go into a black community where housing is supposedly being made and built for black residents, and we see few, if any, black men building those houses, and when those black men come to work on those sites, they are chased away by the police and the construction workers. And when they are chased away and made to stand on the corners, then they are accused of refusing to work and desiring not to work. We accuse this society of being a crimogenic society, of being a criminal organization, of being an organization that engages in chronic white on black violence, when it engages in drug trafficking, when it imports the drugs that poisons our neighborhoods and destroys the consciousness of our people, destroys their health. We see a crimogenic people from way back engaging in the selling of opium to the Chinese and in engaging in opium wars. We see this drug trafficking group of people engaging in alcohol addiction, when they used it to destroy Indians, when they used it to destroy African chiefs who, under the influence of the alcohol, often signed away their peoples and their nations. We accuse it of drug addiction and drug trafficking when it traded guns for drugs to carry on its warfare in Central and South America. We accuse it of being a criminal nature, a criminal people, a criminal nation, a crimogenic society, when it engages in across the world, when it sells weapons used to destroy its own sons and daughters. We accuse it of criminality when it acts to maintain an evil military industrial complex. We accuse it of being a criminal society when it sells its death wares across the world. How many of us recognize that we are dealing here with merchants of death? that these people are dead and deadly. People who are robbing black people at home so that they can rob black people abroad. We accuse this nation of being a crimogenic society and the ruling white population of being a criminal people because they engage in economic extortion, taxation of black people without representation, the redlining of black communities as they steal the savings and investment of black people, as they disinvest in the black community, as they do not return loans to the black community and use the monies that the black community place in their coffers to export jobs out of the community into suburbs beyond to the reach of the black population, when they export jobs outside of the country totally and starve our black men and women in Detroit and the other urban centers of this world. We accuse them of economic extortion when they deindustrialize this nation and ship out the blue-collar jobs that maintain the families of black people across this country and ship them to other places and exploit the other populations of this world. We accuse them of imperial criminality and of organized crime. This nation is an organized mafia operation. I've indicated to you that it is best when you look at the international situation that you will come away with a better understanding if you apply the concepts of mafia psychology to the international relations that are going on right now and that have been going on. We don't have time to talk about a chapter I do in here that I call quantifying the myth. You know, the myth of making black people appear to be more criminal than white people. A myth that is statistically supported by the number of black men and women arrested, by the number of black men and women incarcerated, by the number of black men and women under probation and parole. And of course, now we are supposed to look at those statistics and compare them between black and white. And because we see more blacks arrested, more blacks in jail, more blacks in for probation and parole, we are supposed to make the illogical assumption that blacks are more criminal than whites. I told you time and time again, ladies and gentlemen, that in a society that's based on lies, as this one is, in a society that can only exist based on deception, that truth is reversed. That's in essence what a lie is. And therefore, when you look at the so-called statistics that seek to establish the criminality of black people, turn it around and turn them around, and you will recognize that the criminals are outside the prisons. We don't have time to talk about it tonight, but that's the value of having power, you see. You can make criminal whatever you want to make it. You can legitimize your own criminality and perverseness. You can call virtue a crime and arrest people for being virtuous. And then you can look at the statistics and say, aren't they more criminal because they're in jail? Some of you read the recent situation here in the Hasidic community where a bunch of Jews ran out, broke arms, and hurt the police, but about 2 or 3 dozen policemen. This, of course, comes after a time when they broke into a police precinct station and ransacked it. How many of those people went to jail? How many got fingerprinted? How many of them are in prison and so forth. And yet can we say that they did not commit a crime? You see, what do we have here then? A situation, you see, where if you use crime statistics, you're not going to find those Hasidic Jews in the statistics. You're not going to find them on the prison rolls. You see, that's what power does for you, isn't it? It permits you to commit a crime and keep yourself out of jail. And then you can go into the jailhouse and look at the statistics and compare the number of blacks arrested on probation, on parole, and compare them with Hasidic Jews. And say, well, I see one is very big and the other one is very little. Therefore, the blacks must be more criminal than the Hasidic Jews. You can never be more wrong in your life. You have to understand, but we have to get away from that. You know, this is the kind of teaching that goes on in the university today. Understand that when white boys and white girls are not on the rolls, the prison rolls, and in the prison populations, it points to the efficiency of their criminal organization. How do we say that? A mafia don who has a very efficient criminal operation, who can create a murder incorporated, who can engage in drug trafficking and killing and murdering and extortion, the same kind of games I've been reading to you here tonight, can earn so much money until he can keep his children innocent, keep them out of jail, give them good educations, and the whole bit. You understand what I'm getting at? In other words, those children's names do not appear on the crime blotters. They are not in the jails because their fathers are such good mafia operators. So even their innocence speaks to the efficient criminality of their fathers. And because then the white boys are not in jail with the white boys, do not make the assumption that means the white boys are less criminal or their fathers are less criminal. It means they just have a criminally efficient operation. We got to move on here. This country then is an imperialist criminal operation because it robs the people at home, and you see it as it robs the people abroad. It constricts the black males to fight its criminal wars. It maintains worldwide terror and extortion. It, of course, maintains the criminality in Namibia, South Africa, Angola, Panama, Grenada, Central South America, Zaire, and the whole bit. I accuse this nation of being a criminal nation because it engages in the health neglect of our people. This nation, as determined by its own task force, indicates that black and minority health, in the area of black and minority health, there are 60,000 more minority deaths per year based on an expectation of equal death rates for blacks and whites. As a matter of fact, melanin gives you an added lifespan. So what are we saying here? That this society, due to its neglect of the health of black people, accesses the lives of some 60,000 black people a year. This is murder. It engages in child neglect and child abuse, as it maintains the infant mortality rate of black children to more than twice that of white children, as it maintains a measles rate 16 times that of white children, as it maintains the poverty of our black children, increasing the poverty of black children at the rate of some 750,000 children a year. It engages in educational neglect, as it engages in the miseducation of our children, as it refuses to fund the Head Start and early childhood education programs, as it refuses to fund the education programs under Chapter 1. And I wish I had the time to read the statistics here of how our children are killed and our families are destroyed through educational neglect. This criminal society then sets up the psychology of black on black violence by creating a sense of powerlessness in our young people, by projecting negative stereotypes upon their mentality such that they seek to escape an African identity and aid from their African selves and internalize the values and perceptions projected by the dominant society, as their appetites are distorted so that they literally then eat themselves to death or desire things which will destroy them, as it frustrates them such that in their anger they turn against themselves, as it makes them displace their anger against their fellow victims. This society is a crimogenic society because it serves as the best model of criminality. The black on black criminal, that's the teachers, the white on black criminal. It engages in criminality as it supplies weaponry to our children and alcohol and drugs. How does this relate then to our adolescents? Recognize that almost 50% of the young men who die between 15 and 24 die as a result of homicide. Black on black health problem if we were another ethnic group. Recognize that the cream of the African race is manhood. Homicide is the leading cause of death of black males between 15 and 24. Is it because, ladies and gentlemen, the demographic situations in this country, we are producing and outproducing white people in terms of children? You must understand that at a rate of almost 3 or 4 to 1. The Hispanics are outproducing them about 5 or 6 to 1. That means a larger part of the up and coming population is going to be black and Latino. And these people have already written about the birth dearth. And so what do we have here then, ladies and gentlemen? The destruction of the race and the destruction of that group that would move us toward being a majority in this country. So this has a lot to do with adolescence, and adolescence, of course, is a major point in the development of an individual's life, because it is during adolescence that the self-concept is being developed, that the individual is undergoing an identity crisis, a gender identity crisis, that the individual is dealing with the issues of self-esteem, dealing with the issues of body image, which is the reason why you see them getting caught up in clothes and other adornments. It is the period of time when an individual looks for social affirmation and social acceptance and looks forward to social belongingness. It is a period of time when the emotions are labile and unstable, and therefore the individual is seeking to bring and other drives under control. It is a period of time when the individual is wrestling with social acceptance, wrestling with alienation from the adult society, the society in general, and alienation from itself. It is the time when the person is engaged in intellectual development. It is a time when the individual is asking and trying to deal with moral questions and make vocational choices. It is a time of egocentrism, a time of status striving and being concerned with clothing and cars and other things. It is time when the person deals with invidious comparisons. That is, how do I make myself look good by making other people look bad? And therefore, when you look at this social system, it strikes our youngsters at their most vulnerable periods of their lives and seeks to transform them. Now you may say, some of you who are older, well, you know, we wrestle with the same thing. But keep this in mind, you see, that though these issues are issues that may have been a part of my generation and earlier generations, that these issues are taking place within a different social political context. They're taking place within a different socio-economic historical context. And it is these contexts that combine to determine whether these issues will develop into positive outcomes, negative outcomes, or conflicting and ambivalent outcomes. So today's Black adolescents, particularly the poverty-stricken adolescent, exist in a world that is quite different from the world of his parents. Very different from the world even of the 50s and 60s, because we have a youth now that is engaged in the post-industrial age. When you dropped out of school, there were jobs waiting in some factory or on some shipyard or some other place for you. Those jobs are not there today. And so you have to recognize that these youngsters are dealing with a different world. The computers weren't there when you dropped out at the time and when you miseducated yourself. These are children who are engaged in an information age. These are children who are engaged in a highly urbanized world. These are no longer farm boys and rural people from the rural South caught up in their rural communities. These are kids raised in the ghettos, in the projects, and in the poverty-stricken areas of the urban cities. These are children then that are raised in an information data processing world, a world of television and mass media, a mass media that recognizes that they have money or they can get money. And now a world that instead of just selling to adults, makes teenagers its major marketing audience, and therefore creates desires and wishes, and plays the cruel hoax on our teenagers of provoking their desires through TV, through singers, through Ray Charles talking about Pepsi, to Black religious music, and then does not provide them the means by which they are to get the thing by which their appetites have been provoked to desire. Recognize this then, ladies and gentlemen. Recognize that we are dealing in a time of rising expectations. You see, when we grew up, we knew that there were certain slots for us, and we didn't have to worry about the other ones. Now we live in a world of rising expectation. Be the best that you can be all that you can be. And we see the result of that. These youngsters are living in a time of family dissolution. Remember, the largest percentage of Black children up to the 1950s were raised in a two-headed family. Now we are dealing with children where the vast majority of families are single-headed and in poverty and caught in their situations. So don't be too quick to put yourself in this place and compare yourself to, in your time to the children in this time. You're dealing with a different time. We're dealing in a time of conservative governments and a conservative world situation. We are dealing in a time of world and national demographic changes. These children are growing up in a time, as we said earlier, where there's an availability of weapons so that they may kill themselves, where the escapist drugs have moved beyond alcohol and twister wine and moved into devastating crack, and a type of drug now that didn't involve hustling 50 cents to get a bit of Thunderbird, but that now must involve constant hustling, robbery, and even death to get a whiff of crack. A type of drug situation and an escapist drug situation that creates a totally different social structure, a totally different attitudinal structure, such then that the Black community is held in terror and families are being destroyed and robbed by their own sons and daughters. Recommendations, we have to go quickly here, but I'm going to get it in. You'll have to catch me at another time. Yeah, and we had to, but I've got to mention the recommendations at least, because we have to move the analysis. So let me quickly just run through these. Pardon me if I'm going fast here. If this is a climogenic society, and it is, then we recognize that the people that our major problem is not being left out of the American mainstream and being left out of the system. We must recognize that we cannot join a criminal system because we will become criminals in it. Colin Powell represents the apotheosis, the ultimate of what a criminal system is. He represents what it means to move up in a criminal society. In moving into that system and becoming integrated in it and assimilated with it, he must now become allied with this criminality. And if that system then is dependent upon the death and damnation of black people, upon the imperial subordination of black people, then those like Colin Powell that move up in this system must also then engage in the death and damnation of black people as well. We have to keep that in mind. You're not moving up into this system as it is unless you're also moving against the interests of black people. And therefore, you have to recognize that the goal of our people in this crimogenic society is to change the very nature of the social system, to tear it apart and to reconstruct it, to bring into being that word that Bush stole from us, a new world order. Our mission is much higher than assimilating into the system. It must be to create a new world. If this crimogenic society creates a sense of powerlessness in our children, then we must, as a people, develop and use our power. We must take power and train our youth for taking and expressing power positively. If this system destroys the attitudes of our people through projection and projecting on them criminality, we must inoculate our children against evil white projections by inoculating them with truth and the truth of themselves, inoculating them with self-knowledge. We must inoculate them against projection and the internalization of negative attitudes by getting them into the knowledge and the psychology and the ways of their white enemies, and getting them to have an efficient perception of reality and remove their deceptions. If they are alienated from themselves and are infused by an evil white spirit who is implanted in their minds and bodies to serve the will of its devilish masters, then we must reclaim our African-centered identity, and we must reclaim an African-centered consciousness, and we must learn to love ourselves and love each other and engage in cooperation and communalism. This is how we prevent alienation. If the society twists our desires and makes us desire the things that destroy us and hate the things that advance our interests, we must learn a new set of values, inculcate deep and abiding cultural goals, learn to discern when one is being manipulated and exploited. Our children must learn the mechanisms of advertising, mass hypnosis, subliminal suggestion, conditioning, and lies and propaganda. They must learn to be productive so that they can produce for their own desires. They must learn to assume the ownership of the means of production and learn self-control. If the society moves our children into black-on-black violence because it engages them in frustration and dealing with their frustration in incorrect ways, then we must train our children to be task-oriented, to solve the causes of problems and not engage in dealing with the symptoms of problems. We must teach them to discern the sources of their frustration and remove those sources and tear them out from the root. We must teach them how to use their anger and aggressive feelings positively. Every emotion that is in the human mind is there for a positive reason, and they must be used for positive reasons. Anger is a positive emotion if it is used correctly. So is aggression. God did not put anger and aggression in you just for negative purposes alone, but we must be taught how to use those things. We must teach them to be resourceful and how to get around those frustrations, to develop social intelligence, skills, and competence. We must teach them coping strategies for stress. If they displace their anger and use their anger to attack themselves and destroy themselves and to destroy others like themselves, we must get them to know their real enemy. We must get them to recognize that this enemy, this white man, is only a man, that he bleeds and dies like any other man. We must read to him the history of our African fathers as they cut down and mowed down the white man, and how they were only betrayed by their own cupidity. We must have them understand that. Let them read the story of the Egyptians as they cut, the Ethiopians as they cut down the Italian armies, and read the stories of the other Africans as they cut down the white armies. Bush thinks he's gotten away with this little game, but it's not over. It's not over. By the very fact that he engaged in this war, we now know what his game plan is. We now know his weaknesses and his strengths. As a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, his strength is his weakness. Understand? And we're going to teach our children how to tear up the soft underbelly of this dragon and this monster called white America. I was down in Tuskegee last weekend, and I saw the Chappie James Aerospace Center. Interesting. But one thing we've learned about this war here is that once we get an Air Force, we're ready. And so we're going to set him up. The only thing that got this man across was he was not resisted in the air. And we will meet him in the air and on the ground. Recognize that the white man can be defeated, that he's not invincible. We must teach them that the displacement of anger at self or at others like at ourselves makes matters worse and is self-destructive. If they are having problems with their self-concept, then we must give them great support. We must affirm them and affirm their identity. We must teach them confirmations so that they know how to make positive statements to themselves and affirm themselves. We must teach them how to stop negative thoughts and change the nature of the situation that they are in. If they are engaged in violence and black upon black violence, we must teach them how to resolve conflicts between themselves without destroying themselves. It means that we have to develop relevant educational programs. We have to develop a parallel school system. We have to make this government by hook or crook fund the healthcare systems of the local and state localities of our people. We must emphasize prevention in the black community, change the lifestyles of our people who are literally eating themselves to death, or whose lifestyles are literally destroying their health. My next book is going to be on black health, by the way, and I'm going to show how the death wishes, how we carry out the death wishes of whites through our eating and health habits. Because they wish that we will die, we accommodate them by drinking too much Pepsi and all the other things. We're going to emphasize critical problems. We must develop programs to ensure adequate prenatal counseling and care. We must develop systems to neutralize the climogenic system. We must set it our goal, not the assimilation to the society, but the elimination of this society as it is. We must set as our goal economic development, the development of the economic status of our people across this world. We must engage in the development of a nation within a nation. How can a people keep saying that they're kept out of the society and are separated and segregated from the society and not use that to their advantage and create a nation within a nation and get ready to fight the other evil nation in the society? We must engage our people in consumer education, withdraw from those entities and those industrial systems and so forth that are a part and parcel of the destruction of the Black community and the communities of Africans. We have to stop buying those Nike sneakers and Reebok sneakers that sell 70% of their wares to Black people while they refuse to even franchise Black stores to sell those sneakers. We must stop buying Ford Motor Company cars when they take out those car factories from Detroit and import them into Polish and other neighborhoods. And after we get through with Ford, we stop buying GM. And after we get through with GM, we stop buying Toyota and the rest. We will not subsidize the destruction of our people. We must develop an African-centered, full African-centered educational program. We must educate our males. It is very important that we pull these males aside and train them for manhood, train them for husbandhood and fatherhood, and train them for the military so that they undertake the overthrow of the system. We must engage our young people in political education so that they will learn how to engage in the political overthrow of their enemies and organize themselves politically. We must train those of us who want to go into this church into a new theology, that it is not enough to paint. It is not enough to paint the face of Jesus or to paint the face of angels and still believe in the same Eurocentric ideology and theology. We must go into these prisons and take our men from these prisons. These are the men who must be used to defend our community. They must be rehabilitated on the lines of an African-centered philosophy and on political lines and military lines so that they can use their aggression now, not against themselves or against the nation of African people, but against the true enemies of African people, the white man. We must develop regional conferences in our nation within a nation and a national Congress so that we can coordinate and facilitate the talents of our people who are engaged in various aspects of the political, social, and economic reorganization of this country. We must build schools for leadership. We must build schools that engage in policy development and analysis, and schools for developing strategy, schools for developing a military machine to protect us against the interest of Europeans. Recognize that there's one thing that's clear, that the imperialistic system has only one constant, and that is self-interest. And when it is in its self-interest to destroy and wipe Black people from the face of this earth, it will engage in that activity. You have the history of the Indians in America to show that when a people are economically not useful to the Europeans proceed to annihilate those people. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we must prepare for revolution and prepare for war. Thank you very much.
Wilson. And we're going to entertain questions. Excuse me a second. Hold on a second, please. We have your attention. Two things. One, I want to forewarn you of the program next Friday. It'll be George Bush's New World Order, neo-fascism, old-fashioned white racism, and Western imperialism recolonization. It will deal with also a comparative analysis of certain leaders in the world and Adolf Hitler to answer a question put forward before by some last year sometime by Brother Egbert Hall of who Hitler is, who is the new Hitler. So we're going to deal with that next week. One of the speakers who will be invited is Lenny Brenner to discuss Yitzhak Shamir, the leader of Israel, and his past relationships with Nazism and fascism. And the other speakers are still being organized, so that's next week. Okay, what we want to do is have questions for those people who have questions. The microphone to use is right over there. You know, we're going to have to hold up on the signing of the books because of you can't answer questions and sign the books at the same time. You ready?
Yeah, we come up with correction officers and how it changes their attitude. What I used to promote the idea to try to get brothers to go into the police force and to go into the army and be correction officers with the idea of trying to get people on the inside. What do you think about that idea after, with the present situation now? Do you still think do you think that is a good idea, or is it something that we should not even bother to undertake?
It's a good question. It's just that I think that between the brother and myself, not to be disrespectful, but I think it was definitely adequately answered. I think the question was answered in that to become a part of this system is to become a part of a criminal enterprise. Okay? From my personal experience, it's as I said, the house Negro has done more to usurp the potential growth and development of the black liberation struggle than actually the white man has. And I'm talking about in my time as a Panther and as a soldier in the liberation struggle. Because white folks didn't know what 8 points of attention was, not until the house nigga went and told them. You see? And these house Negro guards are put in these plantations for the express written purpose of being able to interpret certain idiosyncrasies along Afrocentric lines that the white man, even today, is incapable of interpreting within the context of perhaps insurrection, etc. Okay, just to show you how confident these crackers are. I was sitting over there, I was talking with Alon Bay, right? And I was telling him that according to military science, black people and prisoners in particular, because in this country, this government has the right to kill prisoners if this country is going to be, it looks like it's going to be overthrown. Okay? So they have the right to kill prisoners because we might have some hostility toward this government that gave us injustice, etc., and put us on those plantations, okay? But now we would also represent a fifth column if we were organized as the brother so eloquently spoke. Why? Just to show you how these crackers feel, they weren't worried about us doing anything because they sent a whole contingent to the Persian Gulf. And they weren't worried about a national insurrection because they know we ain't gonna do nothing. They know we ain't gonna do nothing but jump up and down, talk crazy, march, and threaten white folks. You see?
And that's the game of this whole thing, man. See, because, you know, I promised my oldest daughter, she's 28, I said, you know, I'm not gonna do no more talking. And I very seldom even do this. Longman can tell you, because man, listen, man, I'm tired of talking, man. You know what I'm saying? I haven't done that much talking. You know, the talking I do, man, is like Mao said, it should be clearly understood that all major decisions will be decided on the battlefield. See, and you see, it's sad. I don't want to belabor the point, but it's sad because the doctor spoke very clearly that to become a part of this operation, man, is to be a criminal. You see, because it was a criminal enterprise, it was a criminal intent in its initial stages of development. Okay, it was criminal then to put the same kind of chain, that when they put the chains on brothers and sisters and brought them here, it's the same chains that they put on us to bring us from here to Clinton. And it's the same people putting them on the same people. Now, like Malcolm said, see, the house Negro represents the Novocaine, like Malcolm was talking about when the doctor's going to take your tooth and he squirts some Novocaine in your mouth to make them think you're not doing anything to you. Now it's the house Negro putting the chains on you in the name of the slave master's law to make you think that they're not doing anything to you or that you're going to get a better treatment. But I've seen incidents and have been involved, personally involved in incidents wherein the slave master had to come and drag Tom off from beating a brother to death. Now last year they killed 4 brothers in the Bing right here in New York City, in HDM. They killed 4 brothers in that Bing, man, beat to death. There was a Captain Litchfield who was a known member of the Nazi Party, and when IG Inspector General's office had him moved due to the efforts of people like Alombe, Sonny Carson, and Quasi kept Roger Green. Sonny Roger Green from my district in Fort Greene in Brooklyn. They had this cracker moved. Well, the vendettas that was carried out subsequent to that move was carried out by a black captain named Captain Eric Durbin with his whole crew, and he's a house nigger. You see what I'm saying? And what they do is they come by your cell to, well, it depends. Sometimes they'll come by like soon as the bank, see, like you get 1 hour recreation every day. When you come in from the yard, they let each brother out one at a time to take a shower. What they usually do is wait till you get in the shower, and they roll on you, and I'm talking about beat you down. You see, so the house nigga, he loved the master more than the master loves himself. If the master gets sick, he say, "What's the matter, boss? We sick." If the master's house catch on fire, he try to put it out with his hand. I'm the field nigga. I pray that the master die, and I've made sure that the master died on past occasions. You see what I'm saying? And I'm not afraid to do it again. Okay? Peace.
I'll deal with one now.
On behalf of this great African community, we would like to thank you for this magnificent lecture that you have given us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
We are very short.
Number 1, when will you be returning? Number 2, to those of us who are not cognizant of this new world order, kindly enlighten us as to how South Africa fits in with the new world order. Thank you.
I will leave that third question to Brother Colombe, whose specialty it is, and manage the process of developing a paper around the New World Order, and we'll fit that in. I want to speak to the first part of the question as well, in terms of the situation of our people in the police department and the prison systems. And I just say, of course, we had to start assuming authority in our own community and policing our own community. Number one. The other thing is that most of these, what we call house Negroes and people who are employed in these prisons, get away with what they do because the black community does not have a punitive arm outside of those prisons. And if we could set up a network between those that are in and those that are outside, and when those brothers leave for the evening who are abusing our people in, and they know that they have to deal with a community, and there was an arm to deal with their betrayal of their interest, of the interests of our people, then we can begin to transform this situation. To a very great extent, the people who betray us get away with what they do get away with because they do not fear us as a people. When they are made to fear this black community, and when they learn that this black community has an arm that will not permit traitors and betrayers of this community's interests to go home and sleep well at night, then you'll change things. And this is, of course, where you have to do some subtle organizing and some other things that we can't talk about in public. But, and this is a part of the African manhood training and a part of males organizing themselves in such a way so that they can control their own communities by various means. That is a part of being a man too, you know, of being able to cooperate with other men in the interest of the community itself and against its enemies. I will be back, of course, as soon as, you know, we get an invitation and so forth, and you will be seeing me more frequently. As I said earlier, there are times I have to take off to do the writing and the work because it's necessary that we do write and that we do spread the written word, because often you can't cover the detail in lectures and speeches and so forth that you can in books. And people often need the books so they can go back and forth and use them so that we can set up consultation systems so that we can actually engage in the training of our people for positions. So I've chosen, in a sense, my own orientation then as one that would pretty much engage in writing, and a little later on, of course, engage in the founding of organizations, as I have founded one already, and in the development of consultation services to train trainers. So at the end of a decade, we will have people in control of the leadership and in other places in this country that think along our lines and can move our people toward their betterment. Thank you.
First of all, both what Askia said and what Amos said, I agree with them wholeheartedly. We've said it a long time ago. The reason why we catch all this hell is because people can do this and do it with impunity. Until you have some kind of punitive unit that can make sure that before somebody actually does wrong to our people, they have to seriously consider what the repercussions is going to be. Jerry Rollins in Ghana was asked one time, since when he was out of power, he was still criticizing the civilian government, which was making threats against him. And they asked him, well, aren't you afraid because you're speaking out so much that these people might actually hurt you? He said, no, because I know that if I don't eat breakfast, they won't eat lunch. You know? In other words, it has to be that immediate response. If you don't eat breakfast, if you miss breakfast, they won't make lunch. And when you have a situation like that, people have to realize what they're doing. To get the point, if you've ever seen the Battle of Algiers, you will see how the whole thing operated. Before the FLNM was able to organize the people in the Kasbah, which was similar to our Bedford-Stuyvesant or our Harlem, the gangster element could actually control the whole community because they could do whatever they want to do without anybody trying to stop them from poisoning the community. The community, in turn, also feared the French because the French were the authority figures who could punish the Algerians if they tried to do any kind of a reasonable dissent that they thought was to their interests. But when the FLN started to first move on the gangsters to clean out that element so that there will only be one authority within the Casbah that would represent the people, not the duality of the gangsters and the revolutionaries, wipe out the gangsters, and then they could respond to the French. The people who were in the community then who had...
Oh man, I gotta get the whole lecture. Dr. Amos Wilson. I mean, man, brilliance personified.
Because,
Oh man, brilliance personified. It doesn't get any better. Dr. Amos Wilson. Follow that up with Neely Fuller. No, I can't do that. I can't even do that. That's not groovy. Okay. What do we have here? Yep. Looks like the method so far has given us kind of expected results. As you can tell by the lines, the market does turn around the turning points where the lines are at that were built upon chemic ratios, not the lines themselves, but what constructed the lines. That's what Dr. Burns, I like, a lot of folks use Fibonacci ratios in terms of, well, chemic ratios in terms of, this is not that. I'm one step away from this. All it is levels, get the levels, and then it's off to the races. Once the levels can get this accurate, timed levels with this accurate, interesting timed levels. That's a thought. Okay, yeah, once that goes, then we're looking at grill time. I mean, that's when it gets ridiculous. Once the levels, okay, did they feel me? Okay, I got filled over there. Not much of an order. Let's see. And I missed my entry on the pounds. Dang it. Yeah, I missed it. Interesting. Wow. Let's see what's happening on the yen. Okay, I got an entry there, but yeah. Let's see if we can grab. Let's see. Oh my. Okay, and we'll just leave it as that and see. Okay, let's see what we got here.
For a country to join the European Union, it must participate in all EU legislation, notably the Euro and Schengen Agreement, once its economy and border controls comply with regulations. But several countries have managed to sign up to EU treaties and avoid certain common policies. The United Kingdom has the most opt-outs, but is by no means unique. Like neighbouring Ireland, the UK isn't in the Schengen zone. Like Denmark, the UK hasn't adopted the euro, nor does it have to participate in legislation concerning justice and security. Like Poland and the Czech Republic, Britain isn't bound by the Charter of Fundamental Rights. Sweden benefits from a less official opt-out, not etched in the treaties, but accepted by other members nonetheless. The country can remain outside of the Eurozone as long as its people don't decide otherwise via referendum. Outside of the EU, Switzerland, Liechtenstein and Norway all participate in the Schengen zone. All three also belong to the European Free Trade Association together with Iceland. All but Switzerland are also members of the European Economic Area, known as the EEA, together with the 28 EU member states. The EEA is a vast internal market aiming to allow free movement of goods, services, capital and people within the area.
Here's what we're following across markets as the trading week gets going in London. Disappointing China trade data has hit industrial metals prices, with copper at its lowest level in a month. Not surprisingly, mining stocks in London are under some pressure, but the biggest story in commodities remains oil. Canada's wildfires have lit up the oil market in recent days, and we are seeing the difference in price for the two main crude benchmarks, Brent and West Texas Intermediate, narrow. Less than a month ago, a barrel of Brent was $3 more expensive than that of WTI. Now the gap has shrunk, and that's because traders anticipate a big hit to North American oil supplies. Unusually, a firmer oil price has also been accompanied by a higher US dollar. No matter our lackluster April jobs report last Friday, the dollar is extending gains against a number of rivals. The Korean won, Singapore dollar, and the Japanese yen led the declines in Asia. A weaker yen has helped Japanese shares kick off the week with gains, so dollar strength presents a silver lining for some markets.
Welcome to the World in 60 Seconds from First FT. Discoveries of new oil reserves have dropped to their lowest level for more than 60 years, pointing to potential supply shortages in the next decade. Explorers found 2.8 billion barrels of crude and related liquids last year. This is the lowest annual volume recorded since 1954 and reflects a slowdown in exploration activity as oil companies seek to conserve cash. North Korea's leader, Kim Jong-un, has promised to improve and normalize relations with countries that have been hostile in the past. In speeches broadcast on state television, Mr. Kim pledged not to use nuclear weapons unless aggressive hostile forces threatened his country. And the ride-hailing services, Uber and Lyft, are to pull out of Austin today. They're abandoning a key market in the southern US rather than complying with the rule to run fingerprint-based background checks on drivers. Suspending operations in the Texas capital will leave more than 10,000 taxi drivers out of work. With more stories for you at ft.com/firstft.
Let me start by saying that some of you have asked me to make more videos. Because of my schedule, my work is kind of difficult for me to make so many videos. My goal is to make one video per week. I know it's been difficult for me to do that, but I'm going to try my best to make at least one video a week. Now, Donald Trump will win. He will become president. And let me explain, because some of you are sitting out there and saying to yourself, please, please don't say that. Look, I have said many times here that whether you're a Republican or Democrat, it doesn't matter. Both of them are the same. They belong to the same secret societies. They belong to these politicians. They meet, they hang out together. By now, you should know, if you are more than 30 years old, you should know that the American people don't choose their president. Basically, when you go out and vote, you cast your ballot for whoever candidate that you want, you actually don't choose the president. You're not going to, your vote is not going to count when it comes time to choose who the president will be. Because both the Republicans and the Democrats have this corrupt system that they, with these delegates. Now, if you don't believe what I'm saying, 2000, election 2000, Al Gore versus Bush. Al Gore wins the popular vote, Bush becomes president. Hello, that's number one. Number two, the delegates process, the delegate system that both parties have, right? So the Democrats, they have not only the delegates, but they also have what they call the super delegates. Now let's explain and let's talk about the delegate process itself. So when you line up, to vote, to cast your ballot for your candidate, right?
if your candidate wins that particular state where you are, he's going to get most of the delegates. And who are these delegates? Basically, I believe that the election commission choose a number of people who will represent the candidate during their convention, right? So if your candidate wins that state, he gets most of those delegates who will go there and represent him or vote for him during the convention. The Democrats, with their superdelegates, the superdelegates, what they are is a bunch of corrupt individuals who are not selected by any state, any election commission, or anybody, but selected by their little secret society group over there in the Democrats to influence the popular votes.
Oh, I gotta watch this later. Yeah. Brothers on it.
Been dubbed Duterte Harry because he has little regard for rules.
I knew it about the Duarte. What's the name? Duarte. Rodrigo Duarte. I knew it. Philippine president. I knew it. That he was homeboys. Anybody that's watching, just to give you kind of an idea, you're watching it in real time. You're seeing that these lines. We're just one step away from like phenomenal, off to the races. One step away from the Holy Grail. Anyways, let's listen to the Filipino president that I did a report on 3 days ago.
Been dubbed Duterte Harry because he has little regard for rules. Rodrigo Duterte could be one of the most controversial presidential candidates the world has ever seen. The tough-talking lawyer has rocked the political establishment with an explosive campaign trail, which saw him set a goal of eradicating crime within 6 months by killing tens of thousands of criminals.
I'm just an ordinary Filipino. I've nothing to be proud of except when I get mad at these swine. I will really kill them. That's what I specialize in.
Rights groups have accused Duterte of running vigilante death squads in the southern city of Davao, where he's been mayor for over 2 decades. He's also caused disgust in international diplomatic circles after joking about wanting to rape a murdered Australian missionary. Yet millions of Filipinos have embraced him as they seek a savior to the chaos and corruption that run rampant in the country.
There are so many people who like him, even the people here who were witnesses to his crime, and there are several of them.
71-year-old Duterte has promised to jail the corrupt as well as rogue members of the police and military.
He's right for president because he's been Davao mayor for a long time. His policies work, and this city has improved under him.
It's nothing. He doesn't kill people who aren't criminals. Only those who break the law disappear, like drug dealers.
Oh, about drugs. Analysts put Duterte's popularity down to the fact that he's seen as a man of the people, with his tirades against the country's elite. But his critics have warned he could plunge the Philippines into another dark period of dictatorship and turmoil.
And Nick, you're starting out with that presidential election in the Philippines.
Hi to you, Tom. And indeed, let's go right away to one of the Filipino papers. It is the Philippine Daily Enquirer, which is saying that the man to beat out of 5 candidates is Duterte, Rodrigo Duterte, a mayor of Davao. And the paper there on its front page saying he has vowed in his campaign to kill tens of thousands of criminals and end corruption. The paper says the outgoing president, Benigno Aquino, is warning that voting for Duterte carries dangers similar to Hitler and would bring terror to the nation. The quote from Aquino there on the front page of the Philippine Daily Enquirer: I hope we learn the lesson of history. We should remember how Hitler came to power.
You found another comment piece in another Filipino paper, which is forecasting yet more political instability for the country.
Well, this is the Philippine Daily Tribune, and the comment writer in that paper says that when President Aquino came to power 6 years ago, he vowed peace and order and that all crooks would go to jail, yet the only political foes were charged and jailed despite lack of evidence. Now, this comment writer, there you can see her, is saying that the Filipino voter is a modern-day Sisyphus of Greek legend, condemned to roll a boulder up a hill and watch it roll down and then push it back up again, over and over. The quote there from this piece: the Filipino Sisyphus does not see that Duterte's death squads, remember he's said that he will kill thousands of criminals, will in fact become the killers of the Filipino people. It is not improbable, the opinion piece says, that in a year or two there will be more corruption and bloodshed and yet another people's revolt.
Okay, let's move on now to another story we've been talking a lot on France 24 this morning. That's those wildfires in Canada.
Well, an end to the flames may be in sight for some, but the Globe and Mail is saying that there are wider issues at stake here. What we've got is an unusually strong El Nino underway at the moment, and the comment writer here, Doug Saunders, is pointing to the fact that while El Nino itself does not indicate or is part of climate change, it is taking place in the warmest decade in recorded history. We have these fires now in Canada, but also wildfires in Siberia and eastern Russia. If you go to the Globe and Mail website and read this piece, it's a long list of very depressing droughts across the world at the moment. Ethiopia, South Africa, Malawi, Zimbabwe, India, other Asian countries. Really signaling the alarm there. You can see the headline, "A World Ill Prepared for Warming." The El Nino is showing that there are warmer temperatures now, but around the world we are ill prepared for what's coming. Let's turn to, that's the broad angle, let's turn to the highly focused Fort McMurray Today newspaper, which is where the fires have hit hardest. And a comment piece there is saying that our buildings, our businesses and homes may not be standing, but we are. The comment writer for this piece, Fort McMurray will triumph, is saying that, well, I'm in Edmonton now, but I am determined that we will bond together forever with this crisis. So an upbeat piece there.
And finally, Nick, no press review is complete without a look at some Donald Trump news.
Well, normally a few months ago, it would be Putin that would be the dominating force on the planet, but we have switched over now to Trump news as the filler or not, depending on how much news is made on a particular day. An op-ed piece in the Miami Herald says it is a great time to be horrible in America today. This is arguing that xenophobes and bigots have been brought out from the dark corners in the internet. The specific example is conservative radio host Michael Savage, who has said, according to this Miami Herald piece, that it is the out-of-work factory worker in Indiana who voted for Donald Trump. The media don't dare say one word about what Obama has done to the poor white man in this country. And that explains why Trump is triumphing. He's not triumphing just yet, of course, because he's not in the White House or even the nominee as such. But I can only switch to him, or a satirical version of him. The LA Times has a piece saying that, well, for the VP nominee, let's go to a TV reality show. Why not the VP as Apprentice, the White House Apprentice, a version of that TV reality show to choose the right contender, or why not just put all the contenders onto Trump Island? And let's have a real go at selling some merchandise after all. Or another example, put the contenders into Trump Tower and play a game of Big Brother on TV. ABC, he wants to do that. That's a satirical piece, of course, about Trump, of which there is lots and lots out there.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Nick, for that spin through the international press this hour. Taking a very short break right now, but don't go anywhere. There's more world news and headlines coming up. Do stay with us.
I was convicted of a crime that I didn't do, and I'm facing a mandatory sentence of 6 years. When I was 17, I served time, which was 5 years. Now that I might be going back to jail, I'm leaving a lot of people, as far as my loved ones, friends. I just got my mind clouded as of right now.
What's going through your mind?
Just a little nervous, like kind of like an upset feeling right now, but I'm staying positive, hoping for the best in my situation.
You know, your last meal before you go in, kind of like the Last Supper, right?
Yeah.
Tell me when it's enough. My younger brother, Tariq, he grew up in St. Nicholas Project, so this is the only home that he knows. The last bite.
I usually take the stairs because I only live on the 3rd floor. As I reached the 2nd floor, the cop that arrested me hopped out of the hallways. He asked for my ID. Someone that lives in the building also was coming down the stairs. And they started searching him and found crack cocaine in his pocket. The officer stated that he seen me making a drug sale in the stairwell. I know Tariq Guilford, but I don't know him. We don't even really know each other besides high and by. I know he doesn't have anything to do with nothing. I testified in his court case for his trial and his defense to let the jury know that it was all me. There were no hand-to-hands, there were no conversations, there was nothing of that manner that could even give the officers any inkling to even stop us, to make them feel that me and him had anything to do with each other. They took that upon themselves. That's the injustice. It's things like that that hurts families, that takes people away from their family.
I'm taking this trip tonight, knowing that this trip is not a good trip for me. I would never ride a bus for 9 hours, but tonight I find myself doing it. And I'm doing it because it's about my son and his innocence.
What the sentencing does for me and my family, the sentencing incarcerates us all. So not only me outside and take care of our own, to take care of someone who's incarcerated. And it's draining, it's taxing, because while we're supposed to be moving forward, we are at a standstill.
I feel like my life as a whole, there's a lot of positive things I could have been doing around this time. I was just about to finish parole. I was working a job. Now that I'm incarcerated, I'm unable to do certain things that I like to do. And the system is, to me, is designed to send young Black people away. And it seems like even though I was the person in the wrong, and I informed them I was the person in the wrong, they still didn't want to hear anything. They just wanted to convict 2 people.
I've spent all of my life trying to give my brother and my family a better life so that we can get out of this housing project. But again, the system is telling me, you don't have a right to help your brother. We'll tell you what life we think he should have. And this is the life in prison.
Welcome to your cell. You're going to be here for 23 hours a day.
You are going to undergo many different kinds of reactions.
It's going to change. This is where
of white supremacy, this is what the white supremacists set up. You don't want to keep feeding what the white supremacists have set up. They set that up. They say who is going to be the head Negro or the black person or the brown person or the yellow person in charge. The white supremacists say that. You always have to get to the root cause. We can't keep just standing in line trying to figure out who's going to be the super non-white person of the day based on what the white supremacists assigned them to do. They assign other black people to lord it over other black people. All we call the continent right now. They make the assignments. When you're running a prison camp, you can make the assignments of who's going to be the trustees anytime you get ready. The whole idea is to eliminate the prison. This is what the objective should be. Not these shallow objectives of trying to elbow each other out of the way on a day-by-day basis. Saying we're going to have some people of this color, the lighter-skinned people of the non-white group, today, and then tomorrow we'll have the darker skin, and the white supremacists keep playing that game. And they are cracking the whip over all of them, like they have always done, over all of us. Because after all, most black people are brown. What's this nonsense about black and brown anyway? That's something that the white supremacists dreamed up, and we fell for it. There's no such thing as black and brown. Most black people on the planet are dark brown. So what are we talking about? See, the white supremacists say, hey, it's number one so-called category that counts, and that's white. All the rest of y'all are garbage anyway. Black, brown, red, yellow, beige, tan. Yes, you hire a white person if the white person needs a job. And but here again, the definition of justice, you help the person that needs help the most. So if it's a white person that needs a job and a black person that needs a job, well, you try to lean toward the person that needs help the most. If it's a so-called Mexican person, that's a non-white person, a victim of white supremacy. If he or she has dark skin, that person is a victim of white supremacy. That's what white supremacy means. That's what the white in supremacy means. It's people who have color. So therefore you compensate by hiring the person of color if you can, if that person is in greater need of help. However, if the white person is in need of help, you show good faith to the tradition and the definition of justice by saying, yes, I'll hire that white person to give a little hand, he or she, if the person is down and out and really needs help, and you can see that. And you show that, because that's the kind of world that we want in the future. Not just ruling out people just on the basis of appearance. That's what they do. We don't want to keep doing that. We don't really want to recycle that kind of nonsense. Mistreatment of any kind. So you help anybody that you can help when they need help, but point to the person that needs help the most. And that's who you step forward with.
Okay.
And stand by that work. The objective is not to brag about being black. I've been saying this for years. The objective is to replace the system of white supremacy with the system of justice. Not to glorify blackness. You're black, so you're black. The Creator made you black. Marcus Garvey said, God made the black man black, and he didn't make a mistake. So that's a done deal. So you don't have to make a big deal out of that, because you didn't have anything to do with it. If you're a black person, you're black because your Creator made you black. Now, having done that, what's the next agenda? The next agenda is not to go around glorifying being black. It's to glorify producing justice. Because under the system of white supremacy, the white supremacists are against justice, which means they are against anything that has to do with keeping people from mistreating people based on color. That's what racism is.
family, and welcome to another episode Underground Railroad Radio. This is your host, Brother Rich, and I'm joined once again with the living legend, Professor Griff. Brother, welcome back to the show.
Oh, give thanks, brother. It's always a pleasure to be back every Wednesday. I kind of look forward to it. You understand what I'm saying? Like, for real. Because it's inspiring and it's challenging. You understand what I'm saying? To just kind of pick a subject and just kind of go in. You understand what I'm saying?
Indeed. And I'm going to tell you, Professor Griff, I mean, this year has been a very busy year as far as people we know making the transition back to the ancestral realm.
Right.
You know, a lot of people we know have made a transition this year. The latest being Afeni Shakur, mother of the late Tupac Shakur.
Right.
So I definitely want to talk about Afeni Shakur today. Rest in power to that sister, a true warrior. I mean, just a beautiful spirit. If a person ever read her story and just what she went through, I mean, just a beautiful spirit. So rest in power to that sister. And I also want to talk about Tupac. You know, he got this biopic coming out, All Eyes on Me. So I want to touch on the legacy of Tupac and everything dealing with All Eyes on Me in the movie, and, you know, what could we expect. So like I said, welcome back to the show. Let me start out by just reading a brief article for the... Oh, hold on, Griff. Got a little cough today. I told you the weather's kind of crazy in New York.
Yeah, it's crazy around the country, man.
I want to read a little article from, I want to get the website there, propstoguardian.com. And for those who haven't heard, maybe this is your first time hearing about it. Afeni Shakur, mother of the late rap star Tupac Shakur, has died. She was 69 years old. The Marin County Sheriff's Department in California confirmed her death on Twitter. The department wrote on Twitter that deputies responded to reports of a possible cardiac arrest at about 9:30 p.m. at Shakur's home in Sausalito, and that she died at the hospital about an hour later. They added that the coroner will investigate the cause of death. Born in North Carolina as Alice Faye Williams, Shakur changed her name as an adult when she became a political activist and joined the Black Panther movement. She was pregnant with Tupac in 1971 and incarcerated while she and other Panthers were accused of plotting to bomb locations around New York City, including 2 police stations. She represented herself in the trial, and she and 20 other defendants were acquitted a month before she gave birth. Shakur was the inspiration for her son's music, notably the 1995 song Dear Mama. And I'm going to end it there, right there. And I guess to start out with, Professor Griff, what's your thoughts, man, on this? I mean, the legacy of the Shakurs, man. Tupac Shakur, Mutulu Shakur, Afeni Shakur. What do you think about when you think about them, Professor Griff?
I think of the average Black family growing up, but a unique Black family growing up in the time of turmoil in America and in the time of chaos in America, but in one of the most beautiful times in America for Black people as far as solidarity, coming together, recognizing our true identity, and then having the gall and the spirit and the courage to stand up for what's right for Black people and stand up, and not only for Black people, but stand up for all people, the whole human family that joined on to the Black Panther Party and benefited from what the Black Panther Party was doing and took notes from what the Black Panther Party was doing. So that family in and of themselves, all right, should be applauded, and we should take notes because they stood the test of time. You understand what I'm saying? And they let us know that, you know, we have to be able to speak to and stand by our values, our interests, and our principles. And regardless of the situation, can you just imagine going through periods of battling incarceration while you're pregnant? Can you and drug addiction and homelessness? And then a nasty divorce as of late? And then husband wanting to get half of what Tupac put down? Come on, man. Yeah, that takes a lot for not only a mom to go through, but a family to go through. You understand what I'm saying? Right. Yeah, that's very, very real, man. So when I reflect back on not only her life, but all the individuals that you mentioned, you know, Matua Shakur, you know, I reflect back, you know, on his life and all of the brothers.
Okay, Griff, I'll listen later. Back to my economics. I gotta do Amos Wilson.
And quantity combination. We'll call this P1 and this P2, Q1. In this video lesson, I'm going to go over a test I recently gave my Year 1 IB Economics students. These questions are original questions written by me, but each of them tests a very key concept from our Unit 1.1 in the IB Economics course, which is on supply, demand, and equilibrium. Let's start with question number 1, which says, state the law of demand and distinguish between a movement along the demand curve and a shift of the demand curve. Include a diagram to illustrate your explanation. Let's start out with the simple definition of the law of demand. The law of demand states that there is an inverse relationship between the price of a good and the quantity consumers demand of that good. Ceteris paribus. Now, the ceteris paribus is an important part of our definition of the law of demand here. Ceteris paribus means all else equal. This is assuming that nothing else changes. If only the price of a good changes, then the quantity demand will change in the opposite direction, always. As prices rise, the quantity demanded by consumers will fall, and as prices fall, the quantity demanded by consumers will rise. So the next part of the question says, distinguish between a movement along a demand curve and a shift in a demand curve. For this, we're going to need to draw a demand diagram, which shows the relationship between the price of a good and the quantity demanded. A demand curve, reflecting the inverse relationship between price and quantity, is always downward sloping. In order to answer this question using a diagram, it would be helpful to plot a couple of points on this demand curve, which I'll do, and I'll call these points A and B. Each of these points corresponds with the price and quantity combination. We'll call this P1 and this P2, Q1 and Q2. Now, if the price of a good were to fall from P1 to P2, notice that the demand does not change for this good, rather the quantity that consumers demand changes. So a movement along a demand curve results from a change in price. That helps answer the first part of this question that says, distinguish between a movement along a demand curve and a shift in the demand curve. So to answer the second part, we must actually draw a new demand curve. Assume that the demand for this product shifts to the right, to D1. I'll draw an arrow to indicate that the demand has increased. Now, what can cause a shift in a demand curve? Now, a shift in a demand curve may result from a change in a non-price determinant of demand. An example of a non-price determinant demand might be the tastes of consumers, the prices of related goods, incomes of consumers, the expectations of consumers of future prices or future incomes, and so on. If any of these factors besides the price of the good changes, then the demand for a good can either increase, which is illustrated as a shift to the right. This is an increase in demand. Or demand could alternatively decrease to, let's say, D2. A leftward shift of demand illustrates a decrease in demand. So demand increasing or decreasing basically means that at each of the prices on a demand curve, either a greater quantity, as we see here, I'll call this point X, and we'll call this Q3, will be demanded if demand increases, or at a particular price, a lower quantity will be demanded if demand decreases. So we have now distinguished between a movement along a demand curve, which is caused solely by a change in the price of a good, and a shift in the demand curve, which can be the result of a change in a non-price determinant, such as the tastes of consumers, the prices of related goods, the incomes of consumers, or the expectations of consumers. So pause the video, look over my answer to this first question before we move on to the next question. Okay, let's now move on to the next question on this test. The second question said, using a particular good as an example, identify and explain the effect of a change in 3 non-price determinants of demand on the equilibrium, price, and the quantity for the good. So this question asks us to consider not just the effect on the demand for a particular good, but actually on the equilibrium price and the quantity. In order to show the equilibrium price and quantity for a good, we must consider both the demand for that good and the supply of that good. The equilibrium price of a good is found at the intersection of demand and supply. Now, although this question does not ask for a graph, I'm going to draw one just to illustrate the effect of equilibrium of changes in the determinants of demand for a particular good. So the good I'm going to consider is ice cream. Let's consider 3 non-price determinants of demand for ice cream. The first one is going to be the price of a related good. And the related good I'm going to consider is frozen yogurt. Frozen yogurt is a substitute for ice cream. It can be eaten instead of ice cream. If the price of frozen yogurt, let's say, decreases, so the price of frozen yogurt decreases, this will lead to a decrease in demand for ice cream. Consumers will choose to consume more frozen yogurt and less ice cream. So the result will be a leftward shift of the demand curve for ice cream to D1. Demand will decrease, but importantly, we must point out that this will lead to a lower price for ice cream as the price falls to P1 and a reduced quantity supplied of ice cream as producers respond to the lower demand by cutting back on their output of ice cream and lowering the price. So as the price of frozen yogurt decreases, the demand for ice cream increases, which leads to the price of ice cream falling and the quantity of ice cream falling. So that's a complete answer to this question. So the good I'm going to consider is just the effect on the demand for a particular good, but actually on the equilibrium price and the quantity. In order to show the equilibrium price and quantity for a good, we must consider both the demand for that good and the supply of that good. The equilibrium price of a good is found at the intersection of demand and supply. Now, although this question does not ask for a graph, I'm going to draw one just to illustrate the effect on equilibrium price and quantity of changes in the determinants of demand for a particular good. So the good I'm going to consider is ice cream. Let's consider 3 non-price determinants of demand for ice cream. The first one is going to be the price of a related good. And the related good I'm going to consider is frozen yogurt. Frozen yogurt is a substitute for ice cream. It can be eaten instead of ice cream. If the price of frozen yogurt, let's say, decreases, so the price of frozen yogurt decreases, this will lead to a decrease in demand for ice cream. Consumers will choose to consume more frozen yogurt and less ice cream. So the result will be a leftward shift of the demand curve for ice cream to D1. Demand will decrease, but importantly, we must point out that this will lead to a lower price for ice cream as the price falls to P1 and a reduced quantity supplied of ice cream as producers respond to the lower demand by cutting back on their output of ice cream and lowering the price. So as the price of frozen yogurt decreases, the demand for ice cream decreases, which leads to the price of ice cream falling and the quantity of ice cream falling. So that's a complete answer to this question. One of the determinants of demand for ice cream is the price of related goods. Now, there could be other circumstances that would lead to an increase or a decrease in the demand for ice cream. For example, what if there is abnormally cold weather? Ice cream is a product that is consumed seasonally. When the weather is abnormally cold, we would expect the demand for ice cream to decrease as well. Now, the outcome of this decrease in demand for ice cream would be the same as the effect of a decrease in the price of frozen yogurt. The equilibrium price would fall and the equilibrium quantity would decrease. As ice cream becomes less demanded by consumers, firms will lower their prices and reduce the quantity that they supply. A third determinant of demand for ice cream might be the incomes of consumers. Let's assume that consumers incomes rise. An increase in consumers' incomes, assuming ice cream is a normal good, in other words, a good for which there is a direct relationship between incomes and demand, will lead to an increase in the demand for ice cream, which, let's show the effect of that increase in demand on our demand and supply diagram here. Assume ice cream demand grows to D2. Ice cream now becomes more scarce, therefore producers supply a greater quantity and they charge a higher price of P2. So the increase in demand will lead to a higher price for ice cream and a greater quantity for ice cream. So I've just gone through 3 non-price determinants of demand for ice cream. The price of frozen yogurt, a substitute for ice cream, is directly related to the demand for ice cream. As frozen yogurt prices fall, ice cream demand falls, causing the price of ice cream and the quantity of ice cream to fall. Cold weather, this describes a special circumstance which might lead to a decrease in demand for ice cream, also leading to a lower price and quantity. Assuming ice cream is a normal good, an increase in consumers' income will cause demand to grow, leading producers to charge a higher price and produce a greater quantity. So that's an answer to the second question on this test. Let's scroll down and look at the third question. This is where many students had a really hard time on this test in my class. This question asks us to consider the effect that an increase in the price of petrol is likely to have on 3 markets. Firstly, the effect of an increase in the price of petrol on the market for petrol itself. Now, we are asked to use a diagram for each of these answers, so I'm going to sketch 3 different diagrams, one for each of the markets that we are illustrating the effect on. So let's start with the market diagram for petrol. Now again, a market diagram must include both a demand curve and a supply curve for a good, since a market is where buyers and sellers meet. We'll start with an equilibrium price of PE and an equilibrium quantity of QE. Don't forget to add all of your labels to a graph as well. In order to get full points on an economics test, when drawing diagrams, you must have complete labels: supply, demand, quantity, price, equilibrium points, as well as, most of the time, a title. So this is the petrol market. So the question asks us to consider the effect of an increase in the price of petrol on the market for petrol itself. So let's assume that for some reason the price of petrol rises to P1. What impact will this higher price have on the market for petrol? First, let's draw a dotted line across and see how demand and supply are affected. At a higher price, fewer consumers will demand petrol. So we can see that the quantity demanded for petrol will decrease. However, more producers will wish to provide petrol since there are greater profits to be earned in the petrol market now. So the quantity supplied, we go all the way to our supply curve, draw a dotted line down, and we'll see that the quantity supplied increases. So the impact of the higher price of petrol is a decrease in the quantity demanded and an increase in the quantity supplied. Now, anytime there is a quantity supplied that is greater than the quantity demanded, we say there is a surplus of the good. In this case, there is excess supply of petrol resulting from the increase in the price from PE to P1. Now, assuming nothing else changed, assuming there was no change to the level of demand or the level of supply, notice that the supply and demand curves do not shift, then there is no change to the equilibrium price of petrol or the equilibrium quantity. Rather, this market moves from equilibrium at PE and QE to a disequilibrium at P1, at which the quantity supplied is greater than the quantity demanded. So this question caught a lot of students off guard. It's very simple. There is a direct relationship between the price of a good and the quantity supplied, and an indirect relationship between the price and the quantity demanded. So as the price rises, QD falls and QS increases, resulting in a disequilibrium. However, the equilibrium price and quantity do not change as a result of this increase in price. Now let's move on to the next part of this question, part B, which is now identified as part A here. We are now asked to explain, with the help of a diagram, the effect of an increase in the price of petrol on the equilibrium price and quantity of automobiles in the market for automobiles. So once again, we're considering a different market now. We're going to draw our axes, label P and Q, and we'll draw our demand curve and our supply curve for automobiles. Don't forget those labels: supply, demand, And let's start off by labeling our original equilibrium price and our equilibrium quantity. Now, what we must consider is the relationship, sorry, we got to give this graph a name too, the relationship between petrol and cars. How are these goods related? From an economic standpoint, these two goods are complementary goods, meaning that they are used in conjunction with one another. You cannot drive a car without petrol. Anybody who wants to drive a car must put petrol in that car. So what happens when the price of petrol increases? Well, the relationship between the price of a complementary good and the demand for a good is an inverse relationship. As petrol prices rise, the demand for autos will decrease. Let's illustrate. Fewer people will wish to drive cars as they become more and more costly to drive due to the rising petrol prices. Therefore, demand for autos will shift to the left, and this will have a negative effect on the equilibrium quantity of automobiles. So I'm going to show the price falling to P1 and the quantity falling to P1. And I will explain over here that the decrease in demand for automobiles causes the price to fall, the equilibrium price to fall, the equilibrium quantity to fall as well. The quantity supplied of automobiles is directly related to the price. As consumers demand fewer cars, the prices of cars fall, and producers respond by reducing the quantity that they supply. So the determinant of demand at play here is the price of related goods. And the way petrol and cars are related is that they are complements for one another. Thirdly, we are asked to explain with the help of a diagram the effect that an increase in the price of petrol will have on the equilibrium price and quantity of biodiesel, which we are told is a substitute for petrol. So this is a similar problem to the second part of this question, except now instead of considering the effect of an increase in the price of petrol on a complementary good, we are going to consider the effect of higher petrol prices on a substitute for petrol, biodiesel. So we'll start once again, as we always do, with a market in equilibrium, with the supply curve, a demand curve, an equilibrium price, and an equilibrium quantity. We'll give our graph a title. This is now biodiesel. So consider the impact of an increase in the price of petrol. These two goods are now substitutes for each other. As petrol prices rise, how will consumers respond in the market for biodiesel? Assuming biodiesel really is a substitute for petrol, this will lead to an increase in the demand for biodiesel because the price of a substitute has risen. Consumers will voluntarily switch from using petrol in their cars to buying cars and using biodiesel in their cars. So the demand for biodiesel will increase. Let's show the effect of that on our graph. Demand will shift to the right. We'll label this our new demand curve, D1. I'll draw an arrow to indicate the shift. And we can identify the impact that this will have on the equilibrium price and the equilibrium quantity of biodiesel. And that is a positive relationship. So the price of biodiesel will go up and the quantity of biodiesel will go up as well. So the determinant of demand at play here is once again the price of related goods. However, the goods, petrol and biodiesel, are substitutes for each other, unlike petrol and cars, which are complements for each other. The final question on this test asked us to consider the impact of an increase in the price of wheat on two markets. First, we're asked to examine the impact of an increase in the price of wheat on the market for bread. You should know that wheat is an important ingredient in bread. Of course, you can't make bread without wheat. So we're going to start with a market diagram for bread. We'll show the original demand and the original supply of bread and the equilibrium price of bread before the increase in the price of wheat. So how are bread and wheat related? Wheat is a resource used to make bread. It should be clear right away that we are no longer talking about a determinant of demand. Wheat is neither a substitute nor a complement for bread. You don't eat bread and wheat together. Rather, wheat is needed to make bread. Therefore, as wheat prices rise, the costs of producing bread increase, and the costs of production are primarily a determinant of supply, not demand. So what we're going to see is that as wheat prices rise, this will lead to higher costs to bakers. As the costs of producing bread increase, we'll actually see the supply of bread decrease. Let's illustrate the effect of a decrease in the supply of bread. Supply will decrease to S1. I'll draw an arrow to indicate the shift. And this will have a negative impact on the quantity of bread, and the price of bread will rise. So as the price of bread rises because of the increasing cost of production, consumers will demand a lesser quantity. We see the quantity demanded falls as we move along the demand curve here. So to complete our answer to this question, we must say that the decrease in the supply of bread causes the price of bread to rise and the quantity of bread to fall. So the relationship here is that wheat is an input or a resource used to produce bread. Wheat prices are a determinant of supply for bread, not a determinant of demand for bread. The final question on this test asked us to consider the impact of an increase in the price of wheat on the market for corn, which, as the question explains, is a crop that farmers can grow instead of wheat. Once again, there was a hint there indicating that this is probably going to impact the supply of corn, not the demand for corn. So in our corn market, we'll start with an original supply curve and an original demand curve with our original equilibrium price and our original equilibrium quantity. Now, as the price of wheat rises, let's go over here. As wheat prices rise, how will this affect the supply or the demand for corn? Is corn a substitute in consumption for wheat? You can't make most of the things you need wheat for using corn. In fact, you wouldn't eat corn instead of wheat either. It's simply not a substitute in consumption. What about a complement? Do wheat and corn, are they used together by consumers? Not necessarily. They're completely different products used for different types of food items. However, if you were a farmer, you could grow corn or wheat on the land that you have available. And if the price of wheat goes up, farmers will allocate more land to wheat. This is the law of supply. As wheat prices rise, the quantity supplied of wheat will increase. But in order to increase their production of wheat, they must take land out of corn production and put it into wheat production. This leads to a decrease in the supply of corn. Less corn will be grown when wheat prices rise. Farmers will prefer to grow wheat instead of corn, since these are substitutes in production for one another. The question gave you a clue when it said that farmers can grow corn instead of wheat, implying that they can also grow wheat instead of corn. So the impact of rising wheat prices will be a decrease in the supply of corn available as farmers allocate more land to wheat production. So the reduced supply of corn will cause the equilibrium quantity of corn in the market to decrease. Corn has now become more scarce, so the equilibrium price increases. And that's the final outcome of the increase in the price of wheat. The price of corn will go up as it becomes more scarce, and the quantity of corn will go down. So this last question gave us two examples of how resource costs change, and therefore the supply of particular goods change as a result. Whereas the previous question was all about determinants of demand. In the case of complementary goods, substitute goods, and the good itself, petrol. So now you can go back and rewatch this video if you need to. If you're one of my students, you can compare your own answers to these questions on your test to the ones provided in this video to help you understand better what kind of changes will result from each of the scenarios described here.
Welcome to an Introduction to Economics, brought to you by David Hopcroft of Parkbench Tutors. For more information about our tutorials, please visit parkbenchtutors.com. This short podcast is about equilibrium and disequilibrium. In previous podcasts, we looked at demand and supply as separate issues. Now we shall try and bring these ideas together. In particular, we are going to look at the effects of shifts on demand and supply curves on the price of goods. We shall start by considering the demand and supply curves of a normal good. Note that these will intersect. At this point, the demand for the good and the supply of the good are the same. This is a position of equilibrium, and the price at this point is known as the equilibrium market price. This is the price that buyers are willing and able to pay, and is also the price that the producers are willing and able to supply. Take a look at this diagram. It is not as complicated as it might first seem. When the price of good X is at P1, then the quantity that is demanded is Q1. However, at price P1, the producers are willing to supply Q2. Clearly, there is an excess supply of good X over the demand for the good. Producers may react to this by reducing price. Excess supply is an economic force that exerts downward pressure on price. What happens when the price of X is at P2? The quantity Q3 of the good X is supplied, but the demand for good X is Q4, which is much higher. There is an excessive demand over supply. The producers may raise the price of X. We can say that an excess of demand causes an upward pressure on the price of good X. When the price has reached PE, then demand and supply are the same. We say we have reached the equilibrium price. In economics, equilibrium is a state of rest in which no economic forces are being generated to change the situation. A stable equilibrium is reached when the economic forces push the prices towards an equilibrium point. Now consider this diagram for the price of good Y. You have probably already guessed that we are considering a Giffen or Veblen good here. PE is the equilibrium price where demand and quantity supplied are the same. What happens when the price rises to P1? The quantity demanded now exceeds the supply. Q2 is greater than Q1. This pushes the price even higher, creating even higher demand. We say that we have a disequilibrium situation. If the price falls to P2, then supply or Veblen good here.
Unstable equilibrium.
Price of good X. When the price has reached PE, then demand and supply are the same. We say we have reached the equilibrium price. In economics, equilibrium is a state of rest in which no economic forces are being generated to change the situation. A stable equilibrium is reached when the economic forces push the prices towards an equilibrium point. Now consider this diagram for the price of good Y. You have probably already guessed that we are considering a Giffen or Veblen good here. PE is the equilibrium price where demand and quantity supplied are the same. What happens when the price rises to P1? The quantity demanded now exceeds the supply. Q2 is greater than Q1. This pushes the price even higher, creating even higher demand. We say that we have a disequilibrium situation. If the price falls to P2, then supply exceeds demand. But if prices are reduced, so is demand. The situation moves even further from the equilibrium point. Now it really starts to get interesting. Typically, many goods are associated with other goods in a number of ways. That great British delicacy, fish and chips, can be used to show this. Cod can be substituted with haddock or plaice, or with other white fish such as Alaskan pollock. A different substitute might be beef burger, but not for the connoisseur of fish and chips. Goods linked to cod needed for fish and chips are potatoes for the chips and batter for the cod. We might also have added such items as corn oil or peanut oil for cooking. These are called complementary goods. The oil from cod is considered to be a jointly supplied product. If you fish for cod, then cod liver oil and cod fillets are both obtained from the fish. We will start by looking at the market for cod. The supply of cod is controlled by quotas set by the European Union to prevent fish stocks falling too low. Suppose the supply of cod is restricted by setting new quotas. This will cause the price of cod to rise. The supply curve shifts from SS to S1, S1. Before the price rise, the equilibrium point was at price P1 with quantity Q1 being supplied. After the shift, we see that a new equilibrium point will be established where P2 represents the new higher price and Q2 represents the lower quantity demanded. It is important to understand that at P1, when the supply is changed to S1, there is an excessive demand. This is represented here by Q3, Q1. This excess demand is the economic force that pushes the price upwards. What happens to the price of a substitute good? If there is less cod around, there will be more demand for haddock. So the demand curve for haddock shifts from DD to D1, D1. Before the shift in the supply of cod, there was an equilibrium set at price P1 with quantity Q1 being supplied. The shift in demand to D1, D1 sets a new equilibrium at price P2 and quantity Q2. So the price has been driven upwards. The result of an increase in the price of good X will exert an upward pressure on the price of substitutes for X. If we are going to enjoy our cod, then we also need our chips, or fries if we were in the United States. How will the market for chips be affected? Before the change in supply of cod, there was an equilibrium at price P1 and quantity Q1. The price rise for cod and haddock will reduce demand, so the demand for chips falls from DD to D1, D1. We can see that this will move forward and move toward a new equilibrium point of a lower price, P2, with the reduced quantity Q2 being supplied. The effect is that the rise in price of good X exerts a downward pressure on the price of complementary goods. We said that cod liver oil was a jointly supplied good. If there is less cod, then there will also be less cod liver oil being produced. Before the supply was reduced, the equilibrium point was at price P1 and quantity Q1. Reducing the supply shifts the supply curve from SS to S1, S1. The new equilibrium point will be established at the higher price P2 with a reduced quantity of Q2 being supplied. The effect is that a fall in the supply of X will reduce the supply of jointly supplied goods and will exert an upward pressure on their price. Many goods are subject to sales tax. In the United Kingdom, value-added tax, VAT, is a sales tax. In the United States, many states set their own sales taxes. If the good X is subjected to a sales tax of, say, 20%, then what will happen? To receive the same revenue after tax, then the price must rise from P before the tax to PT after the tax. This will effectively raise the supply curve from SS to S1, S1. The equilibrium point set at price P and quantity Q will shift. The new equilibrium is at price PT and quantity QT. The quantity QT is less than Q, so we see that demand has fallen. The distribution of tax between producer and consumer is called the tax incidence. In our example, the consumer was assumed to be paying the full amount of the tax imposed. If the demand is perfectly elastic, then the sales tax is likely to fall on suppliers, since the consumer demand is not going to alter. If the supply is perfectly inelastic, the sales tax is likely to fall on suppliers. If the demand is perfectly inelastic, the consumer will pay whatever the price, but the demand stays the same, so all of the sales tax will be borne by the consumer. Similarly, the sales tax will fall on the consumer if the supply is perfectly elastic. Economists are becoming more interested in the cost of goods that may at first sight seem to be free, such as air, or in some countries air and water. Providing that the supply exceeds the demand, there is no consequence. Supply will exceed demand even at a zero price. Suppose that the supply of fresh air is reduced as a result of pollution. The demand for fresh air may then exceed the supply. Air then becomes a scarce resource, but still has no price. How we deal with pollution when a free resource becomes a scarce resource is becoming of increasing interest. So far, we have considered situations where supply and demand demand move towards an equilibrium point with a definite price and quantity at that point. However, in a market where external factors may set conditions of supply or where plans are not realized, then a disequilibrium exists. How does this affect supply, demand, and prices? In this case, we're looking at a price ceiling. A price ceiling is when a maximum price is set for a good. Here, P1 represents a price ceiling and is below what would appear to be the equilibrium price. The result is that the quantity demanded, Q2, will exceed the quantity supplied, Q1. The amount, Q2 minus Q1, is the excess demand. Often in these situations, there is a black market for goods. Rationing during and after World War II in the United Kingdom resulted in black markets for a number of goods. The opposite situation is when a price floor is set. Goods may not be sold below that price. If this is above the equilibrium point, then supply exceeds demand. The glut is measured as Q4 minus Q3 on this map. The European Union set price floors and intervened to buy up excess supplies of wheat, wine, milk, and other foods. When the economic forces cannot exert a pressure to find an equilibrium, we say that a disequilibrium exists. Yes, we are back to our Giffen goods again. Remember that here we found that economic forces could push the market further from an equilibrium and disequilibrium positions could persist. There must eventually, however, be some point at which demand starts to fall if prices continue to rise. This is illustrated at point B, which is then considered to be the equilibrium point. If conditions are poor, then the planned harvest may well be above the actual harvest. If conditions are favorable, the actual harvest may be well above the planned harvest. The point E is the equilibrium point for an agricultural product. Suppose as a result of a poor harvest, the quantity produced is lower. Only QV units are produced. Then the price will continue to rise, reducing demand, until the point V is reached. A bumper harvest, QW, will exert a downward pressure on the price until the price of point W is reached. It is unusual for a response in production to be instant, or a response to demand to be instant. The gap is referred to as the lagged response. If the demand for good X increases from DD to D1, D1, then the price will shift from P1 to P2. This requires increased prices and/or increased production, which may not occur straight away. Lags on the supply side may be because producers don't have the information, or they may be reluctant to increase production until they are quite sure the demand will stay higher and persist. A production lag occurs with raising of animals for the market. The production of hogs in the United States was studied, giving rise to the cobweb model as an example of disequilibrium analysis. Essentially, demand for hogs depends on this year's market price. The supply of hogs, on the other hand, was determined by last year's price. So the supply depends upon PE, which is the price that farmers expected would be the market price this year. On this map, P1 represents this year's price, and supply exceeds demand because the farmer had expected PL minus P1 as the price. Farmers will then plan to reduce supply for the next year. If the supply is reduced to Q4, then the excess is smaller. The movement will be towards an equilibrium, but there is a lag because of the time taken to breed hogs, and the fact that the number being produced depended upon the price in the previous year. A quiet walk around a number of markets and supermarkets will show that the same good may be offered for sale at a wide range of prices. This is more noticeable when a good first comes onto the market, for example, the first asparagus crop of the year. However, after a period of time, the range of prices becomes much narrower. It is unlikely to settle on a single price in a market economy because of competition. This ends our podcast on equilibrium and disequilibrium, brought to you by Park Bench Tutors and narrated by David Hopcroft. Thank you for watching and for listening. We wish.
What is market equilibrium? It's when quantity demanded equals to quantity supplied at a given price. Can you guess where's the market equilibrium here? Yes.
That's right. I forgot I have this economics mafia. Well, it doesn't look like we've got a turn here. So this line is moot. It just paused. It didn't turn. But that would have been interesting. Quite interesting. Let's see what we got going. Okay, we're still working on that. Let's keep going to gold. This was cool. Market just went bam, bam. This one is a lot better than I thought. So we'll just sit and wait.
$3. Both QD and QS are equal at 6. Plot the values into a graph. And this is simply the intersection between the demand and supply curves. Wow! When the amount the sellers want to sell is equal to the amount the buyers want to buy, everyone is happy. Price is stable at market equilibrium. Anywhere else, price tends to change. At a price below market equilibrium, say at $2, sellers want to sell this amount. Buyers, this amount. There's a shortage. As sellers, with so many customers fighting to buy your goods, sit back and wait and jack up the price, boy. As price increases, some buyers drop out. More sellers enter. Oh, back to market equilibrium. At a price above the market equilibrium, say at $5, sellers want to sell this amount. Buyers, this amount. Ew, there's a surplus. With so few buyers, better drop your price or risk not selling your apples at all. As price drops, some sellers drop out and more buyers enter. Oh, back to market equilibrium again. So, the market equilibrium price is the only point where price is stable. Wait a minute. What happens if we have this super powerful firm that can influence price? Well, we assume we have a competitive market. There are many similar sellers and buyers. With so many of them, none can influence price. They are price takers. The market sets the price. And here's the summary. If you like this video, remember to like and subscribe. Next up, shifts in demand and supply curves.
And welcome back to another video with Mr. Hagan. And on this video, we're going to look at the difference between the idea of quantity supplied and supply. So we already looked at this in a previous video on the demand side. We're now going to look at this on the supply side. What is the difference between the idea of quantity?
What is market equilibrium? It's when quantity demand graph. And this is simply the intersection between the demand and supply.
Esoteric curves of supply demand.
Price drops. Some sellers drop out, and more buyers enter. Ew, there's a surplus. With so few buyers, better drop your price or risk not selling your apples at all. As price increases, some buyers drop out, more sellers enter. Oh, back to market equilibrium. At a price above equilibrium, say at $2, sellers want to sell this amount. Buyers, this amount. There's a shortage. As sellers, with so many customers fighting to buy your goods, sit back and wait and jack up the price, boy. As price increases, some buyers drop out, more sellers enter. Oh, back to market equilibrium. At a price above the market equilibrium, say at $5, sellers want to sell this amount. Buyers, this amount. Ew, there's a surplus. With so few buyers, better drop your price or risk not selling your apples at all. As price drops, some sellers drop out and more buyers enter. Oh, back to market equilibrium. Again. So, the market equilibrium price is the only point where price is stable. Wait a minute. What happens if we have this super powerful firm that can influence price? Well, we assume we have a competitive market. There are many similar sellers and buyers. With so many of them, none can influence price. They are price takers. The market sets the price. And here's the summary. If you like this video, remember to like and subscribe. Next up.
If I can get this right, I got a doozy waiting on the
And welcome back to another video with Mr. Hagan. And on this video, we're going to look at the difference between the idea of quantity supplied and supply. So we already looked at this in a previous video on the demand side. We're now going to look at this on the supply side. What is the difference between the idea of quantity supplied and the idea of supply? So let's go ahead and take a look at it. So first we're going to take a look at the graph on the left. So let's label everything. So this is going to be the price of some good, and this is going to be the quantity of some good on the horizontal axis. And then we have our supply curve. And so we're going to say that there's some price for the good, and we'll just call that price P1, and then we come across to where we hit the supply curve and come down. And
up until this point, we've talked about demand and supply individually. Now we're going to think about how they come together, like we said before when we were introducing the supply and demand model to determine the prices that you'll see in a free market. If you remember, we charted demand and supply along the same set of axes, namely price and quantity in both cases, because then we can actually put them together and say what happens when these two forces interact.
Wait a minute. subscribe to this. Yeah, okay, cool. I definitely want to make sure I got that one down.
Up until this point, we've talked.
Okay, yeah, because I got something. If I work on this, oh my gosh, it would be.
Here we go. One step at a time, don't be living.
In previous videos, we have introduced the determinants of demand, the law of supply, that demand is a downward sloping, and we have learned that demand is a downward sloping curve showing the relationship between the price of a good and the quantity demanded, and supply is an upward sloping curve showing the direct relationship between a good's price and the quantity supplied. The purpose of this lesson is to talk about what happens when demand and supply meet in a market and a price and quantity are established by the market. Let's start with the definition of equilibrium. In physical science, you might think of equilibrium as a state of balance. In microeconomics, equilibrium occurs when the quantity demanded equals the quantity supplied. Another way to understand equilibrium in a market is that the market has cleared. Sometimes we call the equilibrium price for a particular good the market clearing equilibrium, in which the quantity supplied and able to buy increases. As we can see here, the decrease in the marginal cost to the producers of the good exceeds the marginal benefits that consumers derive.
Okay, I already went through this. Because I got something that's about to, if I could do this just right. Okay.
Right now, we give this mic to our beloved brother, Professor Amos N. Wilson.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you kindly. I appreciate your cause and your welcome. And I hope I did not have you waiting too long here. I was going down the wrong direction. I had to sort of remind my good brother that he addresses 838 East 165th Street, right? Instead of 838. So I was headed this right here instinctually. I know this neighborhood, and then I saw numbers, and I went back, so then I had to come back across again. So yes, I know this is 838, but the 838 is for 165th Street. Well, I won't owe you too much here this evening, but I'm sorry we don't have a lectern, huh? No? Okay. I'm sort of more used to sort of standing, and I think, but because I want, no, yeah. Okay. Okay, this evening we're going to talk a little bit, not so much directly about the mind as I'd like to, because to be honest with you, I'm sort of
Cheat here. One of the most brilliant black men. That is one of the most brilliant black men to ever walk the earth. Brilliant, 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 brilliant. One of the most brilliant brothers to ever grace the planet. One step at a time. One of the most brilliant brothers to walk the planet. Oh, Dr. Wilson. Brilliant psychologist. Let's see how gold is doing. It's one thing that if you trade the markets, you learn to do quite well, and that's talk to yourself. Stupid things. If you trade, get used to it. Kind of like my oil. Actually, I'm not trading this one. I just wanted to set this up. Yeah, dirty word. And I think it was how I placed the lines, because these lines are placed hours in advance. And I think it was how I placed the lines why my oil. Yeah, but we're gonna see what happens over here. See what kind of, if it'll be a bounce or a fall. See what happens when it reacts.
In the middle of trying to complete the final lecture in the upcoming book of lectures, Blueprint for Black Power. And often it's difficult when you're really concentrating and writing to sort of pull yourself out of a mode of thought and sort of move directly into another, particularly rapidly. Even though I think the things I will talk about today will have some relevance. Of course, whenever we talk about men, we talk about mind, and of course, when we talk about ourselves, we talk about minds that have been transformed by our experience. I'm going to talk today a bit about what I call assimilationist fantasies, multiculturalism, racial harmony, and the future of the African American community. Thank you. Thank you very much. My sweet brother yourself is here, and I had the good luck of being with him last Sunday. He'll hear a little bit of what he heard last Sunday out of the African Portrait Theater, when we talked a good deal about awakening the natural genius of Black children, and where we talked a bit about fantasies. I'm going to continue to talk a little bit about that today. I tried to demonstrate in last week's lecture at the African Portrait Theater that to a good extent we are subject to several types of fantasies that have prevented us from seeing reality and from dealing with reality. I want to pay some obeisance to the day of Dr. King's assassination, sort of beginning this a little bit, and just to mention his legacy in the sense that I admired his struggle for what I might call human dignity. While there are those of us who may certainly not be in line with some of his ideological stances, I don't think we would disagree over the fact that he struggled mightily for the dignity of African people and for African American people in this country today. He struggled to reveal our humanity to ourselves and to the world. And of course, to gain us certain basic citizenship rights and encourage us to stand on our feet and to demand what are human rights and to demand that we be heard and that we gain those rights that are ours as human beings, not because they're just civil rights or legal rights guaranteed by the so-called U.S. Constitution, but because they are rights that should be granted to any human being. The thing that I admire most about Dr. King, of course, is that he had the courage of his convictions. Regardless as to whether we may agree or disagree with the ideology or not, I think again we must admire the fact that here is a man who put his life on the line for what he believed. It is easy for those of us who may not agree to hide out and to talk in safe places. But the reality and the moment of truth occurs when we're willing to confront dangers and other things to try to realize our convictions. Those of us who have different ideologies from that of King then must take courage from his example, and we must then demonstrate the courage of our convictions. All too often, we hear people talking about Malcolm X making some kind of change or toward the end of his life. We also get a similar bit of information about Martin Luther King. As a matter of fact, I've seen some of the later speeches that we don't hear much of, that indicate very clearly that Dr. King was arriving at what I perceive as a more realistic view of the nature of this nation and the nature of this world, and perhaps again was ready to enter into a new phase of activity and to perhaps change the ideology a bit and to move toward economic and political development based more on a sense of African identity. The thing that I'm mainly concerned with, though, is many of people who took from King's philosophy an ideology that I call a fantasy, what I call the assimilationist fantasy. To a good degree, you can see the response to Dr. King's speech in Washington as indicative of the fact that he spoke to a collective fantasy, a set of dreams by our people at that time. One of the measures of fantasies is when you find a leader who is charismatic, not only because he may speak well or she may speak well or has an oratorical style, but because they articulate something in the hearts and minds of the masses of the people. And the response of African Americans to King's famous speech would indicate that he articulated a fantasy that was shared by a large percentage of our population. This fantasy I refer to as a compensatory fantasy, a fantasy that seeks to compensate for the injuries done to our collective egos as African people. We tend to think of children as being involved a great deal in fantasy, but we must recognize that fantasies are things that are with us throughout our lives, and that we, even as adults, are guided by very powerful fantasies. As I indicated before, although there are a number of types of fantasies and a number of ways fantasies serve us both positively and negatively, we're primarily concerned with what I call the compensatory fantasies, because I believe that these types of fantasies retard our growth and destroy our genius as African people. I've indicated that fantasies are perceived as what we call ego defense mechanisms in psychology. That is the means by which we try to defend ourselves against disappointment, against failure, against threat, against stress, anxiety, and fear. These emotions are highly upsetting and unpleasant, but certainly we try to bring them to an end as soon as we possibly can. We have mental means by which we try to reduce their intensity or to eliminate eliminate them, period. Some of the methods we use are methods that rely on the distortion of reality, of the denial of reality, of deceiving ourselves, or lying to ourselves, or backing back or retreating into our imagination and into dreamland, imagining the world to be what it is not, living under the influence of wishful thinking and hope, which will not see reality. This is what we mean when we talk about defense mechanisms. Defense mechanisms are designed to massage our egos and to reduce the pain of our egos, but not to solve the problems which cause the pain to our egos and ourselves as people. Which means then, while we may feel no pain, the disease that is destroying us will continue to eat us alive. And ultimately, we may suffer death and damnation, even though we might feel good to ourselves. Many of the remedies that we see in the drugstores and other areas are what we call pain relievers or symptomatic pain relievers. They relieve the symptoms of disease without curing the disease itself. And to a great extent, then, ego defense mechanisms are pain relievers. They soothe us, but the disease and the problems that are the cause of our pain continues and ultimately may destroy us. Fantasies then are one of the major means by which we soothe our egos and the means by which we relieve our pain. We readily use ego mechanisms such as fantasies because they conveniently and often effectively soften our failures and reduce conflicting thoughts and feelings and emotions and so forth. They alleviate anxiety and they help us to maintain our feelings of competence and worth. But as I indicated earlier, reality continues to be what it is. I argued then in our last lecture at the Poetry Theater that to a great extent, I believe many of our people responded to the articulations of Dr. King, particularly the ones where he talked about our assimilation with white folk. When he talked about little white boys and black boys holding hands and those other fantasies, I think he spoke then to our own collective fantasies, where we assumed that we could get over our pain as a people by merging with our enemies. We, like abused children, while being abused, were made to think that our abuse was the result and is the result of our color. It is the result of who we are as people, and not the result of the insane person who is doing the abuse. When we are being abused, often those people who abuse us seek to convince us that our pain is the result of our being different from them. And that if we were like them, if we talk like them, we look like them, dress like them, then we would not suffer. And therefore we have some people who tell themselves when they suffer from the pains of the madness and neurosis of Europeans and the sickness that Europeans represent in the world today, we hear our people say, they did it to me because I was black. This means that we leave then those who persecute us and exploit us and hurt us in all kinds of ways to appear to be normal. innocent. It is only our skin color, our differentness, that's the cause of the problem, not their madness and not their psychopathology and their illness. And we can only think this, ladies and gentlemen. And we can recognize this when we tell ourselves we want to be just like the people who destroy us. We want our children to go to school with the people who discriminate against us, who have enslaved us, who lynch us, and do all of the other things. And then we want to say, well, I want my child to be just like them. This speaks then to the depth of our own distorted minds and our own distorted fantasies. But it is understandable in terms of what I've said earlier to a degree. When we have been convinced that we are suffering because we are different, then it becomes understandable that we wish to end our suffering by trying not to be different, by trying to convince those who injure us and destroy us not to see us as black, even though we may be realistically black right in front of their faces. And tell them to look at us as if we are some kind of abstraction. We're not flesh and blood and dark skin and brown skin and what have you. We're not flesh and blood with our lips and our hair and so forth. We are just a man, just a person, just an American, an abstraction. We want them to act as if they're incapable of seeing color and incapable of discriminating color in the world. Ultimately, on a deeper psychological level, some of us then would hope to even merge into them and to become one with them, to no longer exist as a black people, to no longer be perceived in any distinctive way from other folk, and particularly from whites. We, in a sense, then, in our pain, wish to become invisible and to commit biological and psychological suicide, to deny ourselves and to deny our identity in the hope of escape and in the hope of gaining what we perceive as the benefits of white society and European so-called civilization. This is a fantasy, as I had pointed out before, and it is a compensatory fantasy that is bound to fail. It will never be realized. And I will talk to you later about it. And even if it were, what people who had any pride in themselves, who had love for self, would want to disappear in the eyes of other people, and who would want to disappear in their own eyes? What level of self-hatred and self-alienation must exist in us that we would wish to see our lives fade away from this earth? What self-hatred and self-alienation would have us overlook reality? If you think racism is the major basis for conflict in the world, you could not be more wrong. The dream of some coffee-colored people will not end your pain. In South Africa, they got a group of coffee-colored people, and they just put them in a different category, didn't they? They called them colors. And so the society still stratifies itself. If you know anything about genetics, it will be hundreds and thousands of years before you get a milk-colored race. In the meanwhile, you're going to still have the various shades of color, from light to dark. And knowing mankind, he will use those shades as a basis for establishing domination. And even when the shades disappear, there will exist class. race-based culture. We have races of people today that you cannot tell apart, who still have the same genetic basis, but who still have a reason to fight and kill each other. Either reasons of religion or history or some other circumstance, reasons of class and whatever. You shall not escape pain by trying to escape into your white masters and merge into the white man. You may as well face the reality. The ultimate way of getting rid of pain is to get rid of its cause, not to hide in a state of self-protection. Fantasy is present when the individual group responds emotionally to ideas, values, and ideologies in ways which endanger his or its well-being and future survival. I'm trying to kind of give you a few measures of when you can tell when a person is caught up in a psychopathological fantasy. You see, when the individual responds emotionally and vigorously to ideas and to concepts and values and ideologies, which, if pursued, places the individual in danger, places their very survival in question, then you know that you're dealing with an individual who has been taken over and possessed by a fantasy. And therefore you have to look at people and their ideologies and look at what place their ideology puts them. And judge their ideology against the reality of their circumstances. This is the kind of thing we deal with as psychologists every day. With people who come in filled with fantasies and beliefs, attached tenaciously to ideologies and hopes, and yet those fantasies, beliefs, ideologies, and hopes are depressing them, destroying their families, making it impossible for them to love, making it impossible for them to realize themselves and to achieve what their potentialities would allow them to achieve, were they not caught up in curious games, caught up in ideologies and fantasies that ultimately lead many to engage in self-destructive behavior, in various types of addictions, leads them to engage in behaviors that hurt and destroy other people, as well as hurt and destroy themselves. To a great extent, what we call neuroses in psychology is more starkly described as stupidity. Where the person continues to hold on to ideas even though they get hurt over and over and over again. Where on a certain level, you wonder why they cannot logically see that the beliefs are not advancing their interests, but actually working against their interests, and yet they continue to persist, to the point sometimes of destruction or the destruction of others. So we not only recognize then that individuals can have these kind of fantasies that send them to psychiatrists and psychologists and ministers and other people, but people also can be in the throes of collective fantasies that place themselves as a people in danger and places their very life as a people in question. And believe me, ladies and gentlemen, African people the world over, African American people's lives are in question today. And the survival of African people on this globe is a serious question at this moment. If you do not believe this, then chances are you too are wrapped up in a fantasy that has cut you off from the reality of what is going on in the world. We recognize that a fate is present then when the subject of that fantasy accurately believes in ideas which are obviously contradicted by reality, facts, and events. The hallmark of normality and the very foundation of being able to survive is being able to know what is real from the unreal, and being able to base one's behavior on reality, and to test one's beliefs and ideas against reality, and to readjust one's beliefs and ideas in terms of the information one gets from reality. I am not arguing against the holding on to ideals and the striving for ideals, but the striving for ideals should be clearly demarcated from what is real. And one then should not confuse the ideals for which one strives with what is in reality. For when that occurs, then one is subject to serious injury, psychologically, if not physically. Many of our people then caught up in the ideology of assimilationism have misread reality and projected a type of stupidity that is appalling, that will ultimately place us in jeopardy of our lives as people. As I said earlier, this is somewhat understanding because we have a name for this kind of phenomenon in psychology too. We call it identification with the aggressor. Love for the aggressor. Isn't it intriguing to ask why, after these centuries of enslavement, these centuries of Jim Crowism, racial discrimination, lynching, these centuries of unrelenting violence against our people physically and psychologically, these centuries of injustice and every other thing you can talk about, why is it that black folk want to be just like white folk? Why we see our ultimate goal as that of living with these people who cause us so much pain, of sending our children to school with them, of seeing their love as the final verification of our manhood and womanhood and personhood as a people. Isn't it amazing that after all of this suffering, we do not see ourselves as concretely existing, as being real and whole human beings until we are perceived and recognized by white folk? Love for the aggressor. An interesting phenomenon in psychology. We see it and we saw it in the Jewish concentration camps, where many Jews and certain Jews walked around in the concentration camps with Nazi armbands on, talked to their people and treated their people as if they themselves were Nazis, and became allies with their Nazi captors against the interests of their fellow prisoners. Again, of course, we are seeing people who are seeking to escape their pain and guilt and shame by trying to become one with their persecutors, who think then that if they can become one, they will escape from their persecution. This is when we're dealing with fantasies. And yet, those people under that camp did not get rescued from their pain. They were still in prison. They still have to maintain their people in prison and work against the interests of their own people and ultimately against their own interests. We have a bunch of people here today in this country who are in a similar position. They're sitting with Clinton today. We have one that even leads the U.S. Army. And yet, when we look at the reality of this gentleman, we see that his major acts have been to lead the U.S. armies against black nations. We see him writing out great plans which provide the military and other means by which the white North, the European North, shall continue to dominate the black South. A man who, I dare say, has not sent one military weapon to South Africa, will not provide one bit of military training for the liberation of our people anywhere in the world. A man who may be ignorant and possibly not, but I assume he is, of the fact that because you rise to head an army, a national army does not mean that you're a part of the power system. If you read back into African history and into history in general, he will recognize that he is not the first slave general of an army. Many armies have been led by slaves and even armed by slaves. So the idea that you may head an army, that you may be the top general, in no way implies that you're not a slave and that you're not set up to work against the interests of our people. Many Arabized Africans fought against other Africans to try to convince them to undertake a foreign ideology and to fall victim to foreign rulers and dominators. There is no substitute for self-sufficiency and for operating under one's own power. But people caught up in fantasy let their emotional needs for love, their emotional need for acceptance, their emotional need to be embraced by their enemies override their common sense. These people, as I pointed out in our last lecture, neglect their own self-development. They do not see the development of their minds, the development of their intellect, the development of their social relations and social organizations and social systems and power, the development of their own institutions as important and key to their liberation. They see gaining the love and acceptance of their enemies as the key to being liberated from their pain. And therefore they leave themselves in serious states of development. Their minds are trophy. Their social institutions rarely get built or are anemic or fall apart. And they continue to languish in states and stages of dependency. This is still the way we see, and this is the reality of our people that we see today. That's one of the reasons why I've said that the great genius of African children, which I demonstrated in the book, The Developmental Psychology of the Black Child, in Awakening the Natural Genius of Black Children, in those books I have demonstrated that black children have a natural head start. That they are not only different from white children merely by the color of their skins, but that they are born intellectually more advanced than whites. That they have greater natural capacities for learning in their childhood than whites. But these differences are overlooked. These intellectual potentialities are unfed and unmet and undeveloped by people whose minds are overridden by an emotional attachment to their enemies, who wish to deliver these children over to their enemies, even though their enemies have told them time and time again that they hate the very sight of them, that they do not even want them to live next door. They wish that they were not even existent in the world today, but we insist on placing them under the instruction of these people, and then we are surprised as to why they do not learn, and as to why they come out and destroy themselves in the thousands of ways that we see them do every day. time after time. But you see people who want to merge, who want to lose themselves in their enemies, do not want anything black to stand up, because it would remind them of their separateness. So no matter how good a black school would be, they don't want it to exist, because they want to rid themselves of their blackness, which they think is the cause of their problem. No matter how much you talk about black economic development, they don't want that to exist, because they call that self-segregation. And they see the worst thing that can happen to them is to be separated from their white masters. And we see the people being constantly engaged in self-denial. But reality begins to creep in. Let's look at this generation after the assimilationist fantasies possessed our minds. Not that it does not still continue to possess many of our minds today. And what have we recognized as a people who tried to turn fantasy into reality, who permitted our fantasies to blind us to reality? What have we arrived at today as a people? Have we achieved merger with our enemies? Do they not any longer see us as black people, as various types of stereotypes? Are we yet not now more segregated in the inner cities than we were before? Are we not now more segregated in our schools than we were before? Are we not now more unemployed than we were before? Are we not now populating the prisons of America much more than we were before? Are we not now much more addicted to drugs and various other injurious habits than we were before? Are we now not more subject to racial strife than we were before? Is not criminality rampant in our neighborhoods? Are not our children not learning as much as they did before? What did that fantasy gain us? What did this striving for merger with our enemies gain us? Some of us then have started to come a bit to reality. We recognize then some 40 years almost after the 1954 Supreme Court decision that the largest percentage of us are no better off and many of us are worse off than we were at that time. After a generation of assimilationist fantasies, we find ourselves as a people without an educational agenda, still stumbling around trying to find out the best methods for educating our children, still struggling with concepts of African-centered education, multicultural education, integrated education, Head Start, and all the other nefarious and multitudes of programs and projects and titles and entitlements that have only left us confused and basically ignorant and left our problems unresolved. After a generation of assimilationist fantasies, we find ourselves without a cultural agenda. Who are we? Where are we? Where are we going? Where did we come from? After a generation of assimilationist fantasies, we find ourselves without an economic agenda, suffering economically. I'm going to come back to this in a minute, because the economic situation of African people in the world today is alarming and will soon get worse. Oh yeah, there's some of you out there can point to a few Negroes who've made it up. You know, a part of fantasy is to believe in fairy tales. And one of the standard endings of fairy tales is, and they live happily ever after. So that was this great fantasy, a part of the assimilationist fantasy that said, you know, once we integrate with white folks, and once we go to school with them, and once we break down the barriers to employment and all this other kind of stuff, we will live happily ever after. And yet, you know, history did not justify this belief at all. As I said on many occasions, people progress in history, but they also what? Regress. All of this happens in history. People may integrate in history, but they also do what? Disintegrate in history as well. Black Americans believe in the American idea of progress, that things must necessarily get better than they were before. Who told you that lie? There is no law in the universe that promises any individual or any people that things necessarily get better than they were before. We've seen nations and peoples and civilizations do what? Rise, mature, and what? Fall. We've seen literally races and ethnic groups disappear from the face of this earth. We can witness on this very continent the near decimation of the Native American. We can look at our own history, the history of the Reconstruction era, the history of the 1870s and 1880s, when blacks could vote, when blacks were elected to Senate, when blacks were elected to Congress, when blacks were parts of state legislatures, when blacks were sheriffs, when blacks headed corporations, when blacks had strong civil rights legislation. And yet, all of this was taken from us, and it took literally 100 years for black people to get the same thing back. If the law says that progress is the only thing that happened in the world, then we should not have been struggling for voting rights in the 1960s because we had them in the 1870s. You see, we should not have been struggling for civil rights and the other things in the 1960s and 70s. We had them in the late 1860s and 70s. So our own history refutes the idea then that people live happily ever after, and that once they achieve a particular status and position in society, they are destined to maintain this position and only to go higher. We failed to learn a lesson then, as we're failing to learn the lesson now. We failed to learn the fact that laws do not protect anyone, that laws are not sacred, that laws are merely rules laid down by people who are smart enough to enforce them, and then to maintain their interests as a people against other people, and that they will make and unmake laws when it suits their interests to do so. And yet we have a bunch of black people who sit around here thinking that because they have civil rights laws on the books, because the Supreme Court ruled in their favor at one point, because they have some other kinds of human rights organizations, that they now are protected. The law is no stronger than its enforcement. And when the enforcement of the law is left in the hands of other people, then those people, when they choose not to enforce the law, can jeopardize us as a people. Or when they choose, can reverse the law. Look at this, what is happening today with the New York Post. At one point, Murdoch was told that he has to sell the New York Post because it is against the law for a person to own two major communications media in the same market. He could not own Channel 5 and be a major person in the Fox network and own the New York Post simultaneously. He had to let one go. So he let the Post go. And now what do we hear? The very governor himself and other people who even made the law now saying that they will do what? Sweep the law aside. Why? Because it is in their interest to do so. Because they need that scandal sheet and that rag to continue to degrade African American people. They need it during the next election campaign because it does the dirty work of the New York media as a whole. So while the New York Times can pretend that it is above the fray, but that it is objective, and while the Daily News can dance around, they will let the Post say all the dirty things that they dare not say. But they're all in cahoots against the empowerment of African people. And we have not learned the lesson yet. That the only thing that ultimately protects the people and protects the interests of the people is that they have the power to protect themselves and to defend themselves against the incursions of their enemies. They cannot protect themselves by depending upon the laws made by their enemies and laws enforced by their enemies. We did not learn that lesson during the 1860s, 70s, and 80s. And it appears that we have not learned that lesson during the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. And therefore, we are vulnerable to suffer the same setbacks. And as a matter of fact, we may suffer even worse setbacks in the future. We must be aware then of what our reality is and look upon our history as a check against our fantasies. The placing of blacks in these high positions will no more provide for the advancement of African people. It's a major situation, by the way, and very typical of bourgeois rule. To get the average person and to get the masses to believe that their own individual advancement represents an advancement for the race. Yeah. So their promotion to particular positions means, ain't we moved forward in the world? And yet I ask people basic questions. How many nickels has the advancement of many of our bourgeois people put in your pocket? How much has the average black man and woman and the quality of life for the masses of African people been improved by the movement of one black person or 10 black persons from one good job to another? We are supposed somehow to live through these people vicariously while we starve on these streets and we go unsalaried and unemployed. And we are to believe then that the advancement of some few of us represents the advancement of the rest of us. But let's check this fantasy against reality. And we can almost see a direct relationship between the number of black elected officials and the suffering of African people. As I pointed out before, we've lamented the death of Thurgood Marshall, but I find it interesting that he got more out of the Supreme Court while he was a lawyer than when he was a justice sitting on the bench. In fact, it is sort of interesting that he sat on the bench only to watch many of his achievements roll back by that court before which he practiced. We got a black man who was the Secretary of Health, only to see the black community be devastated by drugs and tuberculosis and AIDS and other kinds of diseases. We get a black man who became the Secretary of Housing, and at the very point he sat in the seat, homelessness plagued and devastated the black community. We see men and women sitting on our courts around the world, and we see men and women who are district attorneys in our county courthouses
and that it increased in the district attorneys, the black district attorneys in our courthouses. We see more black going to jail. And as we sit more judges on the benches in various courts, we see the prisons being overrun with black men. Where is this promise then that sitting our black bourgeoisie on the courts of these cities and counties, that putting our black bourgeoisie on the seats of the U.S. Supreme Court would somehow reduce the nature of crime in our communities? We must wake up to reality. Some of us are beginning to wake up. Some evidence that some new, more healthy fantasy may be taking place is, of course, the movement of many toward the memory of Malcolm X. But I'm not all too sure. But it does indicate that some people looking at the reality of our situation and looking for perhaps a different model, a different ideology, a different way of dealing with that reality. But you see, those who are dominant rule by advancing fantasies, by promoting fantasies. The fantasies laid on African people by the NAACP, by the Urban League, and by other assimilationist organizations were funded to a great extent by whites and Europeans. And while one major group would not support our economic development and political development in the deepest sense, they themselves advanced their own political interests. And while they would not support nation building in the African community, they plunked the nation down right in the midst of the so-called Middle East. In other words, we were fed the fantasies of assimilation and integration by the same group who concerned itself with building a nation and building power so that it would no longer be dependent on the goodwill of other people, because they learned the serious lesson that sitting on the goodwill of other people may mean circumstances one day can change. And people who may not have noticed who you were or noticed that you were racially different suddenly begin to realize who you are and act on it. It becomes very instructive to recognize that at the time that the German Jews were persecuted and started to be, and were being gathered up for the gas chambers, they had achieved the highest levels of integration in German society. Many of them thought that they were truly German. They identified with German culture and German ideology, German literature, and contributed to it. Contributed to its art, to its sciences, philosophy, and so forth. And yet, the convergence of various circumstances singled them out again, and they were persecuted. So the idea here, ladies and gentlemen, that we can throw up before this community all the things we've contributed to America, which is what I call, historical contributionism. We brag about how much we contributed to America, how we built America, how we contributed to its art, how we contributed to its science. And we can even go back into history and say, well, we taught your great forefathers, the Greeks, civilization. That's not going to save you. That provides very little defense. And for one reason or another, people may decide to do so. They may say, oh yeah, you Egyptians, you were true Africans. We know that. You taught our Greek forefathers. Yes, we're aware of that. And you made great contributions on into the chamber. We'll remember you.
Many people then are beginning to face this reality, but then a new fantasy has been laid on us. What I call the New Age fantasy. The New Age fantasy of multiculturalism. A warmed over assimilationist ideology. An idea that developed from what we call cultural pluralism, as defined by Christine Bennett in her book, Comprehensive Multicultural Education. Cultural pluralism is characterized by mutual appreciation and respect between two or more ethnic groups. And when we talk about the multicultural curriculum, she defines that curriculum as the curriculum develops knowledge and understandings about cultural differences and the history and the contributions of contemporary ethnic groups and nations, as well as various civilizations in the past. How does that feed you? How does that employ you? How does that protect your very lives and biological interests? This kind of knowledge, this kind of respect for other groups. It strives to integrate multi-ethnic and global perspectives into the traditional curriculum that is primarily mono-ethnic and in the United States, Anglo-European. Another trip. We're going to dance other people's dances and sing other people's songs. And we're going to respect them and get them to respect us. That sounds very much like the assimilationist to me. And where does that get us? I go to many colleges and universities and I see black students and black people pushing multiculturalism. And I ask them, why is it that black people are pushing this? We're the most multicultural people around. We've always respected other people's culture. Any other group of people could come and go into business in our community. Any other group of people can come and live among us as a people. We have worked beside every ethnic group on this globe. We have not lynched other ethnic groups. We have not boycotted other ethnic groups. We've even tried to claim their identity. There are many of us who felt proud when somebody said, oh, I thought you were an Indian, or I thought you were a Mexican, or I thought anything but black. Black people have not rejected other people's culture. They have not made other people suffer. We eat every kind of cultural food there is on this earth. We wear every kind of cultural dress on this earth. We support every kind of cultural group on this earth. The only cultural group African people have rejected is African culture itself. And now, before you can find out who you are and what you are, before you can read your own history, come into your own self-knowledge, someone is laying a curriculum on you, telling you you should learn. And yet you must be aware that if you suffer from a lack of self-knowledge, a lack of self-acceptance, a lack of self-love, a lack of self-confidence, a lack of identity, I don't care how much you know about other people, I don't care how much you sing their songs and dance their dances, I don't care how much you eat their food, you still will not be right in the world, and you will still be oppressed by every other ethnic group this earth has on it today. You have to recognize that. But yet we got somebody caught up in multiculturalism. The question I ask, where is it? Where is this multiculturalism you're talking about here? Where is it? Is it in your neighborhood? Are you living in a mixed neighborhood? Where are the multicultural grocery stores? Where are black Americans and Dominicans owning things? Where are black Americans and Koreans owning things? Where are black Americans and Arabs owning things? Where are black Americans and whites owning things? Where are they living together? Where are they sharing? Where is this multiculturalism we are talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, in the colleges, in the schools, but not where? In reality. And we are being taken on a trip. And if you take a little time and check a bit of reality, you will come to recognize that at the very point, multiculturalism is reaching its zenith in popularity. It's at the very point where the world is literally breaking apart through what? Ethnic conflict. Every evening, it serves and croaks and this one and that one. Where is this racial harmony that we're talking about? Huh? Or is it another game to be run on black folks' minds? Is it another fantasy that we'll trip on for the next 30 years while people exploit us and use us? Is it another fantasy that will have us wake up one day and have all of the other ethnic groups in this country look at us as the enemy and ultimately decide to destroy us as a people? While we were caught up in our assimilationist fantasies, we've seen every other ethnic group come now to achieve the identity as a minority in America. And those programs that we struggled so hard for, fought so hard for, to advance our interests as a people, now we got to share with every other group that decides to give itself a name. All of a sudden, white women became minorities. You see? All of a sudden, immigrants became minorities. Yes, I'm going to say it. Some of you don't want to deal with it, but you got to deal with it. It's real. It's real. And I'll tell you up front, African Americans should be the first in line to get from America. Why do I say so? Because I'm immoral? No, because we paid the price. We paid the price of the hundreds of years of slavery in this country. We paid the price of Jim Crow. We paid the price of lynching. We paid the price of injustice. We paid the price of police brutality. We paid the price of unemployment. We paid the price of ignorance and miseducation. We paid the price with our blood in every theater of battle this country has ever entered into. We fought the Revolutionary War. We fought the Civil Wars. We fought the Spanish-American Wars. We fought the Indian Wars. We fought in Europe. We fought in Japan. We fought all over this earth. And consequently, it is a bill come due that we get paid in America. And it is a shame then that there are those in America who expect, after all of these sacrifices, that African Americans act as if they just got off the ball yesterday. I want you to act like the other immigrants. We are not the other immigrants. But this is what happened when you fall prey to fantasies. You become afraid to speak up for yourself because you want to be loved too much. You want to be accepted too much. You want to be liked in the community. You want the Korean to smile at you. Yeah. You want to see in the eyes of other ethnic groups that they don't see you as black. And just for that, you let them take all of your money out. Just for that, you let them starve your children in the street. Just for that, you won't even educate your own children. You won't provide them with recreational facilities. You won't provide them with employment because you want to be loved and accepted by somebody else. You're going to die looking for love and acceptance. But the reality of the world, ladies and gentlemen, is that it is made of ethnic groups, that it is made of races. And if you believe Your soul was made by God, and there must be some damn purpose for it. How is it that you're made as an ethnic group in a race, and then you're made to believe that it's a blasphemy not to speak up for who and what you are as a person? And then you're made to think it is holy to deny the skin that God gave you. But you got to face up with the reality and see what is going on in this world today. And the reality is, as stated by Kopkine in this book called Tribes, born amidst optimism for the triumph of a rational and universal world order, the 20th century is ending with an increased interest in the power of race, ethnicity, and religion, rather than the long-predicted universal age of the end of history. Your own Senator Moynihan now has a new book out called The Permanence of Ethnicity. Yes. Brzezinski, under the Carter administration, talks about this pandemonium, ethnicity. You gotta face the reality. Race ain't going away in your lifetime, nor in your children's lifetime, nor in their other children's lifetime. It's the reality that you have to accept and deal with. It's not going anywhere. Beyond such visions, he goes on to say, lies the emergence of another kind of tribalism, one forged by globally dispersed ethnic groups. And he talks about these various tribes and how they advance economically. Let's look at some things that are going on while we are caught up in multiculturalism and racial harmony, another joke. It's not that I don't want harmony between races. You see? It's not that. But you gotta ask, what price are you willing to pay for harmony? Are you willing to pay the harmony of the grave? Oh yes, the others will be harmonious with us as long as we remain consumers. As long as we remain non-competitive. As long as we remain dependent and beggarly. As long as we don't demand our just due, then we can talk about how we get along. And yet I'm afraid this is the kind of harmony that people are talking about. Let's look at what is actually going on in our real world while we talk about harmony and love between the sisters and the brothers all over this world. Now take you through a quick trip. I know we got to go here. I just want to take a couple of things here because it's important, like I say, if you're going to remain sane, to look at what is really going on. As I said earlier, where are the multicultural businesses? Where are the multicultural jobs? Now, I picked up this paper this weekend, one of those free papers called Manhattan Spirit. And it has on it, it says it's the West Side's largest weekly newspaper. Heroin makes the grade, and Ivy League as Upper West Side campus experiences new drug problem. Well, they're talking about the students at Columbia who catching on to the heroin habit. Not hard over there. As a matter of fact, they call it Columbia's dark secret. Okay. Yes. But I find it interesting, by the way. But one of the things I caught here was a segment taken out by the Koreans, what they call it, Korean America, a New York story, page 20 to 25. So we took out about 5 pages of ads here. And let's see, they're talking about various things. Let me just read you a few quotes. Here they talk about a new publication targets Asian American youth. Multicultural youth, did they say? Asian American youth. A new monthly healing, a new age for Asian American youth has reached a newsstand near you. The new second generation, that's the name of it, which made its debut last November, has created a forum of communication for young Asian Americans aimed at giving a voice to a sector of our society whose numbers are rapidly increasing. but whose needs and interests are chronically underrepresented. Where's the multiculturalism here? Where's the assimilationism here? Huh? At a time when the needs and ambitions of, this is a quote of the editor here, at a time when the needs and ambitions of Asian Americans are being redefined, our goal is to play an active role in the shaping of the Asian identity. Are we talking about becoming invisible? We're talking about merging, you know, and the kind of thing here. The 1990 census reported that the Asian population in the United States increased 100% in the last decade, now numbering 7.3 million. Okay, another recent study revealed that 33% of the Asian population holds college degrees, as opposed to the national average of 16%. And I've got news for you. The most recent set of Asian immigrants into this country have as high as 46% of people with college degrees. Compare that then with something like 13% for black folks. You can begin to see what is going on here. You're being lulled to sleep with multiculturalism. It goes on here, and, but I'll skip over that for a bit. I just want to look at something else here. Down at the bottom called Association Unites Community. Korean Americans have prospered so impressively in New York City because of their cohesion as a community. Multiculturalism here, ladies and gentlemen? Denying color? Denying identity? No. But this is the age of multiculturalism, isn't it? Yeah. And the Korean Association of Greater New York has nurtured this unity in the metropolitan area for over 30 years. They're nurturing unity, and we're trying to nurture something else. Their major organization bringing cohesion, and ours is trying to disperse us throughout the American population. The longevity and success of the association is due in part to its effort to constantly adjust its mission as the needs of the Korean community mature. Now that Korean Americans have achieved social stability and economic prosperity, the Korean Association is looking to help improve relations between Korean New Yorkers and other ethnic minorities in the city. There's your multiculturalism. We're going to be nice to you after we get all the money. And after we stabilize ourselves, stabilize our community, then we're going to deal with the ethnic relations. So listen, this is what we've been trying to tell black folk all the time. Why are you trying to integrate and love other people and get caught up in it when your greatest problem is to do what? Integrate with yourself and love yourself first. And the greatest bit of multiculturalism will come from the fact that once you become a cohesive, integrated ethnic group, you can deal with other ethnic groups from a position of what? Power. Yes, strength. You have something to trade. You have something to sell. You have something to buy. You have something then that demands their respect without you having to march and do all of the kinds of things that we see ourselves doing today. And every other group knows this is the way you do it. You stabilize yourself, you build yourself, and then you reach out. To live harmoniously with other ethnic groups, we need to reach out and cooperate one with the other. But we know that this is coming after what? 30 years of economic development. But a good deal of what we call multiculturalism is merely a new face put on advertising. You say, well, we recognize that other groups exist in the world. We want to sell them things. This is chiefly the way whites approach it. We want, to them feel comfortable buying things from us. So we're going to talk about diversity a little bit. Today, the Korean Association serves as an umbrella group for over 1,000 Korean and non-Korean organizations throughout the 5 boroughs. It is widely recognized as the leader of Korean American organizations, with this president duly
elected by Korean American voters from the entire metropolitan area. How many people know the Koreans went to the polls to elect their own leader? I know, we were so busy trying to run for president with Jesse Jackson until we didn't recognize that. And I've said often that Jesse Jackson would have been a much more powerful man if he'd run for election within the black community and served as an elected official of the black community representing the black community's interests, rather than trying to run in some general election. He could literally have led the so-called third world had he led the black community and identified with it and integrated with it and been legitimated by it. You see, because this is what groups do, who are real in the world. And it goes on here. Now they're getting ready here, let's see, to deal with what they call charities. See, here we come, right? When it comes to the charity part. They're going to give us some turkeys. Now it starts with green grocers produce results. Over the past 20 years, there has been a highly visible metamorphosis in New York's produce industry. You don't have to know that, though. During that period, as any New Yorker could tell you, Korean Americans have come to dominate the retail end of the business. And I'm just skipping over here. At the center of this revolution is the Korean. Did I say multicultural? Did I say racial harmony? No, I said what? Korean. The Korean Produce Association. Did I say the All Races Produce Association? No, it says what? The Korean Produce Association. Oh, but this is the age of racial harmony and multiculturalism, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Located in the Hunts Point market, which I predict they will take over in the near future. The association was founded 20 years ago to help new merchants with the various problems associated with owning a retail business in New York City. Same kind of thing that I'm trying to get black people to recognize here today. People must be directly instructed about how to do things. Why is it that in tandem with the number of degrees in business administration, black people have fewer businesses to administrate? And the more degrees in business administration, master's degrees, MBAs, and so forth, we've gotten, the less we come to own our communities as a people. It must mean then that those degrees are not designed for African Americans to own their own economic situation or their own communities. Those degrees, like all the other degrees, are designed to make us high-priced servants for our masters, to own nothing and to control nothing. Get them so that we can serve other people in the exploitation of our own people. No amount of going to college and getting a BA in business administration is going to tell you directly how to run a grocery store out here on the street. Because it's not designed that way. The thing that I'm trying to get people to understand here, we need to put out these publications that say directly how to own a grocery store. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Where is the wholesale market? How do you rent? How do you do such and such a thing? This is the kind of instruction in business we need, not some kind of lollygag theory. And a lot of doggone accounting, but direct information about how to do what is real. Not something feeding a bourgeois fantasy, but something that actually feeds the people. And yet this is what other groups do. They have two curricula in this world. There's the formal curriculum in the schools, and there's the curriculum that takes place in the homes and in the businesses and in the streets of an ethnic group. And it's the ones that take place in the streets and in the homes and so forth that's the real one, not the ones in the schools. You see, and when we talk about African-centered education, you see, you can begin to see why African-centered education differs
forms of education because it looks at the problems we have to solve. I guess my time is running out here. So I'll wrap it up. But I just want to point out a couple other things here. It was founded 20 years ago to help the new merchants with the various problems associated with owning a retail business in New York City. Starting with only 30 members, the association has expanded to over 1,000. A key element of that strategy has been to share ideas and concepts which led to the revitalization of their industry. Not being educated for whom? Other folks. Not being educated to solve whose problems? Other folks' problems, but whose? Their problems. But the Negro think he is really being educated so he can tell other ethnic groups how to solve their problems, but he can't solve his own. In fact, that's why he goes to school, to solve other people's problems. And he's called brilliant and smart when he can solve other people's problems, but he cannot use his own intelligence to resolve his own community's problems. The association also guides members through the gauntlet of problems they frequently encounter when operating in a foreign business culture. Interesting. I've told my people for years, you must see this business culture and the American business culture as a fight culture. Stop talking about standard business practices. These are white folks' business practices. Designed to meet their needs based on their history and their experience. And when you practice them, if you practice their practices, you can only do what? Support them. There's no such thing as a standard business practice. There's no such thing as I've said before, as standard education. You understand? There's an education that meets your needs. There's an education that advances your interests. There's education based on your history, based on your psychology, based on your values, based on your goals, which are not the same as other people's history, psychology, and goals. And therefore, when you get an education that is not fitted to your own realities, it is going to work against you and destroy you. But this kind of lack of knowledge is hidden behind the concept standard education, standard business practices. No such error. They didn't come to learn standard education, standard business practice. They practiced the kind of business that was relevant to their own reality as a people, relevant to their history and their psychology and their culture and their tradition. And it worked. But those of us pretending to be white, acting like white, have only succeeded in maintaining our separation and degradation as a people. I told people years ago, there's no such thing as a black bank, but you went on over there and you built up Freedom National to get yourself insulted. And every year it sat on that street. For every year it sat on that street, we got additional non-black businesses on it. And yet you were deceived into thinking that that bank sitting on that street would advance black economic interests. It could not. If you look at the reality of the American economic system, if you came to understand the nature of the American banking system, if you came to understand the nature of our economic situation, you would recognize that a commercial federal bank is the most inappropriate institution for advancing a group's economic interests. You put your monies in there and finance the moving of jobs out of New York City. You put your money in these banks and you finance building of highways and sewers and suburbs and moving jobs and factories into the South or out of the country completely. Let me tell you, because the bank just doesn't hold your money. It must invest the money. It must lend the money. And what does it do? If there are no businesses in your own community to which a bank can lend money, then it has to invest its funds into someone else's businesses and someone else's assets. Yes, we're bringing it in. Which means then the African American community, because it misunderstood its own economic reality, supported the reality of other people and led to its downfall. I just want to put one more thing here so we can begin to get some sense of what we're dealing with, and I'll be through it right after this one. New York Times, March 22nd, 1993. You know, I talk about education. This society can only brag about how it has freedom of information because it has succeeded in destroying black people's minds. It's a society that does not want to hide what it does to various people, and it doesn't. It's published right in front of your eyes. That's why our children cannot learn to read and must not learn to read. Because you know, ladies and gentlemen, if black people really learn to read well and acted on the knowledge that's available to us, you would get censorship in America. They would hide knowledge from you. The only way then that this country does not hide knowledge from us is make sure that we take no interest in reading, that we run from books, we run from papers, we run from libraries. We see reading as unmanly. You see, we get headaches when we read. We get sleepy. We see it almost as un-African. We start even making excuses for ourselves. Our thought is non-linear. While there's they got a lot of that stuff too. People hide things. We are intuitive people. Yeah, right. That just means you don't want to do the hard work of reading and thinking. You want to sit around and guesstimate and estimate and all these other things instead of grasping onto reality and being precise in what you're doing. Seeking new ties and clouds, Korean Grocers joined voices. The Korean Grocers Association of New York had a surprising guest give the invitation at its annual awards meeting last month. The Reverend Al Sharpton. Not only that, they have also sponsored spots on black radio stations honoring heroes like Thurgood Marshall. The Korean Producer Association ran a scholarship program for black minority students in conjunction with the Amsterdam News. Got a picture right here. They're sending 2 colored girls to Korea over there. President of the Korean Association of Greater New York provides last-minute tips on life in Seoul, Korea. Provide life in America, tips on life in America, man, to 3 young students, black people. Sit here. Mary Griffith, Elizabeth Ortiz, and Dwana Evans, shortly before they left earlier this month for studies in the Asian capital on a scholarship program established 2 years ago by Trinity University for African American students. A total of 100 scholarships were given to studies on the undergraduate and graduate level. Under the arrangement, students are to be sent in groups of 20 over a 5-year period. Come on. Come on. Typical neo-colonial game, typical brainwashing game, and how cheaply we can be bought as a people. Giving away millions and billions of dollars for a few stupid scholarships, and for some people who are going to come back and convince us that it's in our interest to support people who exploit us. Yes. And I see them buying the Amsterdam News almost every week. There's some scholarship being handed out to black students. On a range of issues, Korean business owners in New York are using the strength of their numbers to try to increase their political influence and improve their business opportunities. And perhaps most important, mend their bitter relations with other ethnic groups. Told me years ago, what do you do first? You get the economic together first. There's no power without economic power. Negroes thought power was in voting. Power is not in voting. Power is in money. Power is having control over major resources. And any ethnic group that's smart gets this first, and then it moves into the political arena, not the other way around. Yes. And the growth has elicited municipal help to set up a huge new food co-op to cut their costs drastically. Who are they going to sell the food to her? Community relations initiatives by them and others have included taking black leaders on tours of South Korea and sending black students to study there. And now they're going to push their concern by voting as a bloc in this year's mayoral race. They've made a collective response, and they're going here. The organization is trying now. You were complaining so much that it wasn't that the Koreans were taking livelihood and taking your money out of the community, not living, not sharing.
but just coming in today and taking the money out. You know what our complaint was? They don't smile at you when you come in. They look like they're mad. You know, and they learned that all black people need is a smile. They give you every number, nickel in their pocket. They'll rob their own children of a livelihood. They'll starve them. They won't keep their money to educate their children, even though they complain about it. Smile at them. Say hello. And they just lay it on you. The organizations now are trying to change the behavior of Korean business people so that they are less likely to spur a negative response. This has been done partly through extensive advertising in New York's 4 daily Korean newspapers and 3 cable television channels. And seminars are being offered to teach Koreans to smile more frequently, something they say is rare in their culture. Boy, what a smile it is for you, huh? Their total sales approach 1.5 billion. It is not hardly surprising that the giants of the food industry, from Anheuser-Busch to General Mills, streamed to the association's 2nd annual food and trade show. Did they say multicultural show? No, last month. The Grocers Association, they're giving a history to Koreans who remain in the food business, and they go on here and they talk about, now what are they getting ready to do? Now they got clout, fighting sidewalk competition. Okay? Yes, these competitors have more than any other issue. It is peddling that is energizing Korean store owners to register and vote. Their goal is to drive the city to crack down on illegal vendors and more tightly regulate legal ones. Black men pushed into the street, kept into the street, and now we get a group of people who rise up on the black man's money, and what things do we get? We turn around now, he's going to use his clout to run them off the street. But of course, how can they not consider us fools anyway? People who went and fought in Korea and died in Korea, whose blood was shed in Korea, whose blood will still be shed in Korea tomorrow if the North Koreans decide to attack or the Chinese decide to attack. But while we were dying and fighting for them, they could have come over and enjoyed the privileges that we could not even enjoy at the time. And while our monies and our tax monies and so forth were going to protect this peninsula, going to make this peninsula a safe place for the white boys to invest in so that they could get rich. While black tax money was going to Korea to build highways and infrastructure, while black money was going to invest in the building of industries and the stabilizing of government, something that the United States never did for African nations of African people, even though it was filled with African people on its very soil. We are dealing here then with the people who should have come here and given you thanks for the sacrifices that you made in protecting their lives and ensuring their freedom. And yet what we get a bunch of black folk who believe that they owe the Koreans a living and who support their becoming wealthy so that they can turn right around and run even the vendors off the blocks of New York City. This is because people believe in fantasies and will not deal with reality. Ladies and gentlemen, racial identity is not a joke. It's not a thing. It's not just a custom. Identity is the source of a people's survival. It is the key to people's survival because identity is the basis upon which they organize themselves. They act in unison and act as a collective. It is a means by which they share one with the other and structure their relationships in such a way that they enhance their living and they protect their very lives. And I'm telling you today, dear ladies and gentlemen, in this age of multiculturalism and racial harmony, that if the black man does not reestablish his identity, and unless the black man reclaims his identity as an African man, an African woman, unless we reclaim African consciousness and identity, our days on this earth are not long. Thank you kindly for your attention.
Amen for Brother Amos. Right now, we're going to take a collection for our speaker like we do every week. So whatever you give, will you please hold the money between your palms?
Okay. You ready? You're going to be still? And whatever your collection is, you hold it between your two hands and repeat, divine love through me, blesses and increases all that I give and all that I receive. Okay? Just think about that sometimes. You know that everything is flowing. It's not only going up, it's coming back.
You know, a brother like Amos Wilson, he got so much information you can't get it all out in 2 hours or 3 hours. You know, this brother can speak for 4 to 5 hours. You know, so we are thankful that he came and blessed us with his knowledge that he showered upon us. We usually get question and answer, but it's running late. This is not our place, but we have to abide by the rules and regulations of this place. So we thank you for coming out. Papa Justice will be here next Tuesday. And bring someone with you. Thank you.
Steve Biko, I Write What I Like, a selection of his writings edited with a personal memoir by Elred Stubbs. Copyright 1978. Preface. The time for a comprehensive biography of Steve Biko is not yet, but it is hoped that the production of a book containing a selection of his writings, together with a personal memoir, may be timely, that it may serve to inform those who all over the world know the name Biko only in the dreadful context of his death, a little more fully what manner of man he was. For this reason, nothing is said in depth about his death, crucial as this is in a final assessment of the man. I am acutely aware that the definitive writing on Steve can only come from one who writes from within his own tradition, historic, linguistic, and political. Unfortunately, at the moment, those who are so qualified are either in detention, banned, on Robben Island, or in exile. I can claim to have known him from the mid-1960s and with a deepening intimacy, as the memoir indicates, from 1973 until his death. I am a priest of the Anglican Community of the Resurrection. Our headquarters is at Murfield in Yorkshire. We have worked in South Africa since 1903. I was sent out in 1959 to join the staff of St. Peter's Theological College, Rosettenville, Johannesburg, of which I became principal in 1960. Forced by government legislation to close at Rosettenville in 1963, we took St. Peter's to form the Anglican Constituent College in the new Ecumenical Federal Theological Seminary at Alice, next to Fort Hare. I was expelled from the Republic in July 1977. The compilation of this book would have been impossible but for a generous grant from World University Service, an organization devoted, amongst other excellent aims, to the service of Steve's cause. Even then, because of my inability to enter South Africa, the material could not have been collected, but for the initiative, diligence, and skill of Mr. David Messenbring. He has also read through the manuscript of the memoir and made valuable criticisms. To them, I express my grateful thanks, as also to a sister who typed the manuscript of the memoir, and to the librarian and staff of the National University of Lesotho. Much of the material here gathered together was supplied from sources who do not wish for public acknowledgement, but I am nevertheless grateful for their cooperation. Thanks are due to the editors and publishers of the articles contained in chapters 11, 14, 18, and 19, and for permission to reproduce them. The royalties from this book will go to the Biko family to be devoted by them to a project of which they know Steve would have approved. Elred Stubbs, C.R., Masit, Lesotho, 1978. Chapter 1, Introduction. Stephen Bantu Biko was born in King Williamstown, Cape Province on 18 December 1946, the third child and second son of Mr. and Mrs. Zemgai Biko. His father died when Stephen was 4. He received primary and secondary education locally before proceeding to Lovedale Institution, Alice. He did not stay long at that Bantu Education Department run school, however, and his formative higher schooling was received at the Roman Catholic Marian Hill in Natal. Matriculating at the end of 1965, he entered the medical school of the White University of Natal, non-European section, Durban, at the beginning of 1966. Active at first in NUSAS, National Union of South African Students, he broke with them in 1968 to form SASO, South African Students Organization, of which he was elected first president in July 1969, and in July 1970, he was appointed publicity secretary. In December 1970, he married Miss Nantsekelelo Ntsiki Mashalaba from Umtata. From 1971, his heart was increasingly in political activity, and in the middle of 1972, his course at Wentworth was terminated. Immediately, he began to work for BCP, Black Community Programs, in Durban, but at the beginning of March 1973, together with 7 other SASO leaders, was banned. Restricted to his home of Kings Williamstown, he founded the Eastern Cape branch of BCP and worked as a branch executive until an extra clause was inserted in his banning order at the end of 1975, prohibiting him from working for BCP. In 1975, he was instrumental in founding the Zemele Trust Fund. He was detained for 101 days under Section 6 of the Terrorism Act from August to December 1976, and was then released without being charged. He was many times charged under security legislation, but never convicted. In January 1977, he was appointed honorary president of BPC, Black People's Convention, for 5 years, an organization he helped found in 1972. On August 18, 1977, he was again detained under Section 6 of the Terrorism Act. He was taken to Port Elizabeth, where he was kept naked and manacled, as was revealed at the inquest after his death. He died in detention on September 12th. The cause of death was established as brain damage. His death and the inquest have been so extensively reported that it is unnecessary to add further details here. He leaves a widow and 2 small boys aged 7 and 3. The writings which follow belong or refer to the period 1969 to 72, when Steve was active in the Black consciousness movement, of which he is now regarded as the father. After his banning in March 1973, he could no longer travel, speak in public, or write for publication. It seems logical, therefore, to place these before the memoir, which deals mainly with the period after he was banned. The evidence at the BPC SASO trial in Pretoria was given in the first week of May 1976, but refers to events which took place during the earlier period. Thus, the book follows a chronological sequence as far as can be ascertained. Chapter 2, South African Students' Organization, its role, its significance, and its future. In the early 1960s, there had been abortive attempts to found non-white student organizations. In 1961 and 1962, the African Students Association, ASA, and the African Students Union of South Africa, ASUSA, were established. The Durban Students Union and the Cape Peninsula Students Union, which later merged to form the Progressive National Students Organization, were fanatically opposed to NUSAS initially. ASA and ASUSA were divided by ideological loyalties connected with ANC, African National Congress, and Pan-Africanist Congress, PAC. None of these organizations survived. NUSAS was by no means a spent force on the Black campuses, but the fact that its own power base was on white campuses, WITS, the University of Witwatersrand, Rhodes, University of Cape Town, Natal, meant that it was virtually impossible for Black students to attain leadership positions. Least of all could NUSAS speak for non-white campuses, though it often assumed that role. The formation of the University Christian Movement, UCM, in 1967 gave Blacks a greater chance of coming together. Its initial political respectability in the eyes of the Black University College authorities gave it a chance to function on those campuses in a way impossible for NUSAS. At the USCM conference at Stutterheim in July 1968, about 40 Blacks from all the main Black centers of higher education in the Republic formed themselves into a caucus and agreed on the need for a nationally representative Black student organization. The UNB group, University of Natal Black, which of course included Steve, was asked to continue investigations. As a result, a representative conference was held at Marion Hill, Natal in December 1968, when SASO was formed to be officially inaugurated at Turf Loop in July 1969, when Steve was elected president. This is Steve's presidential address to the first National Formation School of SASO, held at University of Natal, Black Section, Wentworth, Durban, December 1st to 4th, 1969. SASO, its role, its significance, and its future. Very few of the South African students' organizations have elicited as mixed a response on their establishment as S.
Okay. Let's see if I want to wait for this one. I'll wait for this line right here, but after this, we'll see what goes. To recap, oil gave us a surprise. Okay, North Carolina. All right. Just looking at this news. Oil. Lines were put up hours in advance. Look at what oil did. This is where it bounced. Let's go to the E-mini. I don't know why the scan doesn't work. Okay, so minimum stock, maximum. Let's see if it'll work. Okay, E-mini. Check this out. Bam. Look at that. Market just right wherever I put the lines. Market bounces. Look at this. The E-mini was phenomenal. It's like it went, hit my line, turned, hit my line, turned. Then it did it again, did it up here, bounced on this line, came down, bounced on this for a short bounce. Another line, it's fallen like so. The E-mini was a real good one. Now let's go gold. Oops. Let's go to gold. Now I'm gonna wait for this last line, and then we'll see what gold did. I mean, we can already tell. Okay.
Futures and options on futures trading involves substantial risk and is not a suitable investment for all types of investors. Past results are not necessarily indicative of future results. When I use the word I in this video, it refers to what I teach in my charting course or what I offer in my twice daily oral and written updates. Prices shown on charts and quote boards are in real time and takes into account all known activity up to this point in time. And if you'd like to read more of this disclaimer, simply hit the pause key on your video player. Good morning, Ira Epstein, and we are now on Monday the 9th. Good morning, Ira Epstein, and we are on May 9th, 2016, 9:15 a.m. This is your morning update. Welcome to another trading week that's got some volatility coming right off the bat. Look at the metal markets, 50 cents lower silver, $27 lower for all purposes the gold. Copper market down 4.5 cents. So what is going on? Well, part of it has to do with China. They're coming in with lower imports, exports, and GDP numbers coming in around 6.7%. The dollar a little bit stronger. Most currencies down against the dollar. Bonds and notes getting a little bit of a bid this morning. We're getting more of a correction now coming into the grain markets, and meal has joined into the correction if you're a soybean trader, and that is pressuring that market lower. Now, while all the news stories are carrying, and I couldn't believe it, they're all carrying the story about oil surging this morning, none have caught up with the fact that it gave up all those surges and settled back. Part of the problem might be that those fires that are taking place have now moved away from the oil producing areas, and while the talk is they may burn for months, yes, months on end, they're not now affecting new oil areas. And if that is the case, the damage that was done, well, you lost about 1 million barrels a day. When it comes back online, we'll see what happens. But that could be what is taking place there. Conference Board just came out, and the employment trends index rose to 128.28 from March's 126.42. And that was a revise, by the way, downward there, because you were originally 127.48. So that's a lower revision. National Development Reform Commission, they have all these crazy names in China. Their latest report released today says that the second quarter GDP will be 6.7 on an annualized pace. Chinese customs data show the exports there were off 1.8% from a year ago month, while imports were off 11% in April. Exports to the U.S. down nearly 10%. So that gives you an idea what is going on with the metals, and it's part of it. Canadian housing starts, they were down 5%, roughly 5.5. And on a bright spot for a change, the total order for Germany's important manufacturing section, took this right out of the Dow Jones, by the way, that jumped 1.9% in March from the month before, beating expectations. The trade had only looked for a 0.6 of a percentage point gain. So when you put that all together, it gives you an idea as to why you're seeing just what you are seeing right now. And that takes on an interesting tone. Will the stock market be able to stay up as everything around it is coming back down? Even the sugar market has reversed up about 60 cents off the lows. That is not a small move. Those are sizable moves. Coffee market shooting forward again off a stronger British real. Now, I want to remind you, we have our futures trading kit. This contains everything. When you get the kit, you're signed up for the gold report. When you get the kit, we'll be happy to sign you up for the trade of the day. In other words, the daily charts. It's really not a trade of the day. It's the daily price count charts. As I said, the gold is going to be in there. You will have access, if you want, for a limited time to my twice daily updates if you've not tried them before. All the brochures we have. It's a great product, and it's got the Guide to Futures Trading volumes 1 and 2. That's how you get it, or you can just click up here, sign up for our Futures Trading Kit. We'll take it the rest of the way. I'm Ira Epstein. You have a great trading day, and I'll talk to you later in the other video.
'78 Sports TV here. So, Amir King Khan, coming off of a brutal, savage knockout from Canelo Alvarez, is still the mandatory challenger for the WBC crown at 147 pounds against Danny Garcia. Okay, that's the fight he should have took in the first place. He should have, like I told you guys, he should have fought Danny Garcia he waited all this time as the mandatory, Floyd's mandatory. And now, when you're in a position to fight for the WBC welterweight strap, you go up 2 weight classes to fight big-ass Canelo Alvarez. So you get flattened out by Canelo, and now he gets to go back to 147 and fight for the title? That's bullshit to me. That's absolute bullshit to me that Amir Khan is getting this fucking privilege, all right? He's being allowed this privilege to come back and fight Danny Garcia. And Garcia finna flatten him out too. I'm telling you. I'm just done with. I just don't want to listen, man. Khan needs to just go sit down somewhere. He made a lot of good money, and all Khan is trying to do is fight enough big fights, make enough money to where he can go and retire, okay, and live the lavish life in retirement. That's what Khan wants to do. He said that years ago that that's what he wants to do. He wants to retire early, okay? I heard Khan said something about he wants to fight Pacquiao and Bradley and all that. Pacquiao, listen, Khan, shut the fuck up, man. All right, nobody's falling for your hype no more, man. All right, the Khan army and all them people. Listen, man, I don't even have to be delusional or they got some type of man crush on you, okay? Because there's no fucking way possible these people believe that you're gonna keep winning. You're not gonna beat nobody good, Khan. The only people you're gonna be able to beat are like the second and third tier guys at welterweight. You're not gonna be able to beat any of the top guys. Everybody gonna flatten you out. All right. You know, you versus Bradley, Khan versus Bradley would have been a good ass fight. You know, if he would have got a fight like that. You know, but right now I don't want to see it right now because even if Khan comes back and beat Bradley, what does it do? It does nothing because he beats Bradley. Everybody say, "Oh yeah, told you, Khan's the man." And then he steps in there with Keith Thurman and he dies. He steps in there with Sean Porter and he dies. Okay, he steps in there with Earl Spence and he dies. So what is the point? I don't want to see Khan anymore. I don't want to see him beat anybody and then go back through this process again. All right? We already know the story on Khan. His chin is done. All right? His chin is just a fucked. It's not even suspect. He just has a weak chin. That has always been Amir Khan's Achilles heel. All this boxing talent, beautiful boxing. All right? And he gets hit, one clean shot that most people will shake off. Khan makes it look like it was a fucking Babe Ruth, Barry Bonds fucking home run hit. Like it was a perfect shot or something. And really, it wasn't. He gets hit with clean shots that everybody gets hit with. Everybody gets hit with a clean shot in a fight. It's just Khan's the only one who can't take the heat. All right? He don't have the structure for boxing. You know, he just don't. He's like I don't know, man. He just needs to sit the fuck down somewhere, man. Nobody wants to see Khan keep on keeping on with this bullshit, you know. So Khan try to fight. I'm telling you, he fight Danny Garcia next. He getting flattened out. He gonna make Danny Garcia look like Mike Tyson. That's what's gonna happen. 78 Sports TV. I holla.
Ploughing the land, planting beetroot and harvesting cabbages, all part of everyday life for these prisoners in Leiria, Portugal.
What up, people? This is Vigilante. On the heels of Donald Trump taking over and going for the president, I started to think, I watched the special on Netflix about the USFL. And the irony of Donald Trump jumping into that league with his ambition to make the league better, to make it compete against the NFL, made me think about it. Damn, when you think about it, the USFL was doing all right. They wasn't doing too bad to be going up against the big juggernaut that is the NFL. Wasn't doing too bad until Donald Trump got in there with his ambition to make it a sport that not play in the spring, but try to compete in the fall against football. You know you're saying right now, what the hell is Vig talking about? This is what I'm talking about. Will America, just like the USFL, he said he's going to make America great again. He's going to make it great again, and people are buying into it, just like they bought into the USFL and voting to get it to compete against the NFL. Now we're going to make America great again to compete against China, Russia, and everybody else to make it great again. And everybody is buying into the hype of Donald Trump. I guess the key is he just like that younger Donald Trump that was just ambitious and mad because he couldn't be in the NFL and basically ran the USFL down because of his arrogance. We think America's in trouble. Now, what would America be in Donald Trump's hands? You know, it's something to think about. You know, I have no horse in the race, but watching that Netflix special that y'all can watch about the USFL, and you realize the stuff that Donald Trump was talking then, he's talking now. And he sold those people. And when they went to court against the NFL, they won $1. So, as we prepare for who's going to win between Hillary and Donald Trump, is Donald Trump somebody that you can hang your hat on? Or is Donald Trump just out for himself and his ego to feel good that now he can say he is the man in charge for real, not just over Trump Towers and real estate, but over America? Watch the USFL. I got a feeling we all may be out of our league under Trump. I don't know though. Let me know what you think. Peace.
Do you think McDonald's is getting expensive at over 25 times?
Yeah, expensive. I love expensive. That's going to be my new one-liner. I love expensive. I mean, go to McDonald's, clearly not an expensive place. For Mother's Day, I actually spent $24.36 and fed the whole family. And again, we didn't go to McDonald's for Mother's Day, if you think that's tacky. No, I got in the car and I bought a bunch of hot cakes and got a bunch of stuff that my wife wouldn't have to cook. So I went to McDonald's and it wasn't expensive. But the stock's expensive, but I love expensive. Because expensive means the person who's asking about expensive, most likely, or telling you something's expensive, is most likely telling you that they don't own it. And that's their problem. You know, the long bond's super expensive. Treasuries, utilities, they're very expensive across the board. If you look at Japanese government bonds, they're super expensive. You know, they have a negative yield. You know, so why are these things expensive? Low beta stock like McDonald's. Why is that so expensive? That pays you a safe dividend yield that's growing. Why is that so expensive? Because it is so scarce to find the things that can really get you paid in a growth slowing environment. And that's the point. Things get really expensive and things get really cheap. Financials look cheap. Numbers for bond yields, for one. You're certainly using the wrong numbers on net interest margins. You're using the wrong numbers on capital markets business. The credit risk, should I go on and on and on? So again, a stock that's expensive can keep its multiple, provided that the company, in McDonald's case, keeps beating numbers. Again, the market's already given it that multiple. That's not a debate. So if it's trading at 25 times or 20 times, pick your number. By the way, we still have a much higher earnings number than anybody on Wall Street. So again, as long as it maintains their multiple and keeps beating numbers, expensive gets more expensive. In as much as, again, my proxy for that for bonds, GDP growth continues, or stops slowing, then why wouldn't bonds continue to get more expensive? I love expensive.
Hello and welcome. Alan Uckman from Bullseye Option with the morning financials at the CME Group Monday, May the 9th. Markets did bounce on Friday. We had a little bit of reversal after making some new relative lows, 6-week lows in the stock indexes, closing positive up about 1/3%, lowering the losses to a modest 1/3% as well in most of our stock indexes. So here Monday morning, we were higher in the stock index futures, but giving up those gains as we come to the open, down about 2 points in the S&P, steady in the Dow, and the Nasdaq's up a little bit. Market movers here this morning would be the gold market. Gold's down $20, down 1.5% right now, $12.75. So unable to get back above $1,300 an ounce when it looked like it was going to. Crude oil was also on the move. Got very close to $46 a barrel on overnight action out of China. Some data showing that they were doing a lot of import of oil there, and that boosted the market, but now it's back to relatively unchanged. Keep an eye on the currencies. Last week, we saw the euro currency slide a bit, down 40 points on a weekly basis, and the dollar index bounced some. So that's going to have some major impact on the markets. And right now, they stand unchanged. To summarize where we're at this morning, steady indexes with the S&P down 2 points.
What's up, y'all? It's your boy Kev on stage, and lately I've been wanting to have another baby, not to like raise, nourish, and pay for or anything like that, but just to make cool videos with like this Lion King video. His dad is totally me. And he put the cocoa butter on the face like Rafiki. He had the baby up in the air. He had the hospital people going for it. Look, man, what do you want me to do? I loved it. I absolutely loved it. Baby's like, what's going on? Baby don't know. And daddy's all in, the staff's all in. This is why you have babies. To make funny Lion King videos and also to make Running Man Challenge videos.
Oh, you should know that I've got you on my mind, the secret admirer. I've been watching. At night, I think of you. I want to be your lady. Come
The baby was out here. Does Running Man Challenge look like a shout to anybody else? Because it looks like a shout to me. I watched this video like 20 times. It was so very funny to me. Like, really loved it. I had a blast watching this baby do the Running Man Challenge. And you know what else? I love you guys. And I'm still selling shirts. I haven't been promoting, but the Try Me, Try Jesus shirt, the Don't Try Me, Try Jesus shirt is coming in. I'm wearing mine this week. I'm gonna put it right here, and I'm gonna promote every day. And I'm gonna tell you because I want you guys to buy it, so people don't try me. But have you tried Jesus? He's all right. Have you tried my Jesus? He's all right. See you later today on Periscope, where I'm talking about 3 reasons why you should never relationship on social media. See ya.
Here, inmates grow fruit and vegetables for the poor.
Theft, trafficking. I was sentenced to 10 years and 4 months in prison. I've already done 9. At first, when I told my sister I was working in the garden, she didn't believe me because I did nothing on the outside, never worked. She couldn't believe it.
6 prisons in Portugal have introduced these vegetable garden cooperatives. Their harvest is given to food banks. Last year, inmates produced more than 100 tons of vegetables that were then distributed to 120,000 people in need.
Given the choice between being locked up or in the open air, clearly we'd rather be outside. And it's good to know we're helping people.
It doesn't cost anything. A little humanity for everyone.
pouco de humanidade para toda a gente.
And according to prison staff, developing green fingers will serve them well on the outside.
Criar-lhes hábitos de trabalho. It gets them into good habits, respecting rules, getting used to working life, and allows them to do something useful for society.
Okay, what's next here? Okay. Joe Madison. Yeah. Okay, what's happening? Nothing's happening in the market. We're not getting what I think. Okay, so I only got 7 pips back on that trade. Darn it. Where'd the yen go? Okay, no worries. Okay, where am I at on stocks? Okay, nothing yet. Trying to watch this. Okay, nothing on the pound. I should do a ham bone album. Okay, let's see what we got here. What do we got here? Just what I thought. The Donald Trump of the Philippines. Ah, that's what I told everybody in that report. Now that's what they're calling him.
Polls have closed in the Philippines, where voters cast ballots for president in a campaign that revealed wide distrust for the country's ruling elite. Bruce Harrison is live in the studio with me. And Bruce, the man expected to win the election is Davao City Mayor Rodrigo Duterte. He's been compared to the U.S. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump.
Exactly, Kanyang. Well, right now, Duterte, according to unofficial vote tallies, is leading following the closing of the polls. As being similar to Trump, he's positioned himself as an establishment outsider, and his campaign is focused on law and order. Also, like Mr. Trump, Duterte's speeches have been peppered with foul language and other incendiary comments.
Well, so Bruce, what appears to be, what does it appear Filipinos want in their next president?
Well, what we've seen throughout the campaign is that a lot of people are upset with the ruling elite for not addressing things like inequality and years of economic growth during that time. It may be Duterte's anti-establishment image that has carried him this far. He's also run a single-issue campaign promising to wipe out crime and drug abuse. Comments vowing to kill drug pushers and abusers have shocked his challengers, and he may be trying to ease concerns on election day.
But I'd like to say that I'd like to raise my hand to my opponents. Let us begin the healing now.
Candidates are on the ballot, and Senator Grace Poe is seen as the most likely contender to possibly defeat Duterte.
Duterte, the Donald Trump of the Philippines. Oh gosh, this is exactly what I told everybody it's gonna happen. Nationalism worldwide. Capitalism, protectionism, jingoistic, heightened sense of patriotism and nativism. Just what I told everyone for years. And then they're going to see Scotland secede. Nativist. What I've warned and what I've written about. What I've reported on becoming a reality. Okay, so it doesn't look like the gold is going to give us anything. Basically, the gold trade doesn't look like it's okay, let me see what the euro is doing, if it's doing. If I get anything on this scalp. Nothing. Okay. Okay, but at least the strategy is good. Okay, so here's what we got on gold. Is we only got a little bit of a bump. So that I don't count that unless it goes all the way down. Or I shouldn't say all the way down, but I don't really count it. So it doesn't look like gold is going to give us. It doesn't look like that works. Anyways, down, hit that line, that line, came down, went up on that line, and then this last one. And other than that, this is unbelievable. One step away. I am one step away. Once I get levels, it's over with. One step away from this complete drill. If I get my levels, we're off to the races. I mean, this is done. I love it. All I need to do is get the levels right, and this is over and done with. I was up, let's see, I got it at 94, 10. Okay, I see. Okay, yeah, levels and it's done. I should say time-based levels matching with the time. Then this strategy, I mean, let's recap this again. I mean, this is it's just off the hook. And I'm not getting anything in the equities. NASDAQ. Yeah, I ain't seen nothing. Yeah. Nothing in there. Not really much of nothing. Okay. Gold. These lines were put up hours in advance. And look at how it adheres to the lines. And these are not like, unlike what others are showing you, they're not based on the so-called Fibos. That's based on Kemet, but it's a whole different thing. I love this. Oh man, all I need to do is it's the levels. Oh no, we just did gold. The E-mini recap. We'll go back to gold and see if it did anything, but I seriously doubt it. Look at that, E-mini, bam, hit the line, bam, bam, hit that, bang, bang, bang. It's like the lines are, and just kind of like, you know, it's getting close to getting tradable. Levels is all that's left is levels and the trigger, and which are the Dolphus, well, the Dolphus market timing, but all they need is the LRC lines and this and levels, and then sick. It's ridiculous. I love it. That oil down, boom, down on this, turn around on that, and this one was the only one that this line, and I was wondering how I put that up because I know I based it upon the and I know I did that, so I got to analyze why I did that. But look at that line. Bam, hits this, bounces up there. One step away from Grilled him. I love it. Nice.